Chapter 156. After all, it was right next to the Grade 2 Mindstone mine. There were also hundreds of thousands of troops and tens of Xiantian experts waiting at the side. Although Zhong Shou had a 5 Meridian martial ancestor who Zhong Yuan and a peak Xiantian Zhongling who was comparable to a martial ancestor by his side, he didn't fear them. However, he didn't want to cause too much trouble. He hurriedly packed up and swiftly left. Zhong Yuan drove the carriage. Following what he wanted, the carriage directly turned and headed south of the Cloud Continent, speeding all the way. Zhong Yuan naturally settled down on the roof of the carriage. Chu Shui originally followed in, but who knows what she thought about. She suddenly became shy and ran to the roof to stay together with her uncle, Zhong Yuan. Zhong Shou could only occupy the carriage alone. He first took out the pill bottle that fell from the sky and opened it, only to see that there were hundreds of red pills within. Zhong Shou smelled it and scraped off some powder, placing it in his mouth to taste. Only then did his eyes reveal a look of understanding. So, it is the ancient body-washing pill of Wujue Villa? How petty! No matter what, it is the 5th shrine of the Cloud World. I thought that they would at least have 3 to 5 human pinnacle pills. Curling his lips in disdain, Samurai's eyes flashed with joy. The medicine wasn't good, it was the best to use. That Wujue Villa head probably noticed that his body had the essence of the lightning phoenix, which was why he took out this item. If it was a normal person, this pill wouldn't be of much use. However, it could help him cleanse his body every day and quickly merge with the Xiantian essence energy. Following which he casually reached out, and that spiritual sword appeared in his hand. Since that ancient body-washing pill was given to him by Yin Fan, then this sword naturally came from Shui Lingbo. It was the same style as the lightning tooth sword. Holding in his hand, Zhong Shou's eyes lit up. The talisman markings were also really ordinary. The materials used might not all be of the best quality. However, when Zhong Shou injected a thread of world-shocking true energy into it, he instantly felt something different. The spirit channels in his body were extremely smooth, and the flow of his true qi was not hindered at all. The lightning that exploded from the blade was 3 times more powerful than the lightning tooth sword he had used before. It's actually a tier 2 spirit weapon. It's really a good sword. I wonder which weapon refining Grandmaster made it. The spiritual formation within was obviously really normal. However, it was the ingenious combination of those talismans that raised this spiritual weapon to the upper grade of the 2nd grade, close to the 3rd grade. There were a total of 9 levels of spirit weapons, corresponding to spirit beasts. Actually, in Grade 1 to Grade 3 spiritual weapons, the spiritual formation power carved onto them corresponded with the natural ability of beasts of the same grade. However, in the hands of an expert, the strength it could unleash was naturally different from normal beasts. Zhong Shou looked at the sword hilt again and saw that there were 3 small characters engraved on it. Sword sculptor. Swordsmith? So it was made by this ancient weapon refining Grandmaster. Speaking of which, the rumors that Taiyuan Fairy obtained the armory of an emperor during the Cloud Desolate era shouldn't be wrong. Zhong Shou sighed. That fairy's luck was only lower than that of the God Emperor. If one looked closely at her life, it was pretty much smooth sailing, and she would be able to easily get past the occasional tough situation. In terms of luck, she was the best in history. In the future, any sword that the sword sculptor made would be worth 10 to 100 times more, and people would treat it as a treasure. Even in this era, it would be extremely expensive. Zhong Shou didn't have any thoughts of cherishing it, straightforwardly swapping out the original sword. Spirit swords were refined to be used in the first place. If that sword sculptor knew that his sword would one day become a toy for people to admire, he would probably cry out in sadness. However, these 2 spiritual grandmasters who stood at the peak of the Cloud World were really stingy. The things they took out couldn't compare to what Xin Yuan Aaron gave him. The value of the bottles and jars he took out at that time was enough to be worth several times the sum of the sword and the bottle of primordial body cleansing pills. Although he was being kept and living off of, and was looked down on by Li Yunyang and the 3 Xiantians of Xian Mountain City, Zhong Shou still felt really blessed. Next, it's this item. After swapping out the sword, Zhongsho's face slowly turned serious. In his hand, there were 3 black strawberry-like fruits. Apart from that, there were also all the petals that fell from the darkness blooming cereus. In terms of the grade of treasures, this black blooming cereus was far from the lightning phoenix egg. However, in the eyes of spirit masters, the value of this black blooming cereus wasn't much weaker than the latter. However, he had only heard of the use of this item. There were very few spirit masters who could get black blooming cereus. Those ancient records were often vague and did not describe the method of using it in detail. He himself didn't have any proper spirit master legacy, which was why he had no idea. Normally speaking, for spiritual fruits, no matter if they were poisonous or not, swallowing them was the best way. Zhongsho was about to open his mouth when an image flashed in his mind, recalling the scene when he swallowed the essence of the lightning phoenix. My heaven energy swallowing conversion technique can completely swallow the life mark of the lightning phoenix egg, so it might be able to be used here. Maybe this technique that swallows the essence energy of heaven and earth to make up for what the body lacks has such an effect. Zhongsho couldn't help but enter deep thought, thinking about it for a long while. Following which he decisively gave up on the idea of eating, holding a black blooming cereus in his palm. Heaven energy, swallowing conversion technique, absorb. A bright glow exploded out from his eyes as Zhongsho activated his true chi and started to absorb, only to see a black thread follow the meridians of his arm and spread up. In just a moment, it started to split up. A portion charged into the dantian, while a portion entered the Shunshao meridian at the center of his forehead. Not only was the darkness essence energy extremely thick, but it was also extremely pure. The moment it entered his soul, it caused his soul ocean whirlpool to be dyed in a layer of black color. When it reached the end of the absorption, his arms suddenly swelled up and bulged. At the same time, there was an explosion in his mind, his ears filled with a chaotic, ringing sound. That whirlpool, soul ocean whirlpool, spun swiftly. The surrounding 12 god talismans shone brightly. Zhongsho shook his head, quietly waiting for this change to calm down. Once the pain in his head lessened, he entered meditation once more. Then he saw that above his soul ocean, there was a pure black flower that hadn't bloomed yet. At first glance, it looked like the reappearance of the darkness blooming cereus. However, if one looked closely, one could feel that it was a little different. The entire flower was actually made up of numerous spiritual patterns and talismans. This heaven energy swallowing conversion technique can actually swallow the source of life. Zhongsho was startled, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Maybe in the last life, those people who relied on the heaven energy swallowing conversion technique to create their own techniques to swallow the essence energy of others, and even himself, all took a wrong path. He had probably only just opened a door to the true use of this great technique at this moment. He also felt really surprised. Why would such a heaven-defying ability be spread in that virtual world? Those large sects, hundreds of ascended experts, none of them noticed the mysteries within? Taking a deep breath, Zhongsho slowly calmed down, focusing on that cereus. It was without a doubt a Xiantian talisman. At this moment, above his soul ocean, it formed something similar to a god talisman. However, the roots of this cereus were directly connected to the deepest part of his soul ocean. Similar to the other 12 god talisman seeds, it would absorb the soul power within his soul ocean. However, he didn't use it to strengthen his body. Instead, he wrapped it tightly within the flower bud. Samurai's eyes lit up, using the energy swallowing technique to absorb the other 2 black cereus fruits, such that in the center of his soul ocean, there were 2 more cereus. Silently meditating, those 3 cereus had been nourished for close to 2 hours. Zhongsho had a thought, and the black wave soared beside him rose into the air. Like an arrow, it swiftly shot out of the window, striking towards a giant stone 1,000 feet away. Instant youth 3-layer waves. When the sword technique was activated, the first Sirius within Zhongsho's soul ocean suddenly bloomed. The spiritual energy injected into the black wave sword also suddenly increased. 3 swords in a row, one stronger than the last, slashing onto the stone, causing numerous stone shrapnel to fly up. When that black sword image flashed across, only to see that the 10-foot thick giant stone, which required several people to wrap their arms around it, was weakened by his black wave sword in one sword, following which it spun around and returned to the front of Zhongsho. Along with the help of this Sirius, the soul power I infused into the black wave sword actually instantly increased by 5% power. As expected, is a good thing. What the books said wasn't exaggerated at all. No wonder those spirit masters would treat it as a top treasure. However, I can't rely on it in a short while. It was said that the longer this Sirius was nourished and stored, the stronger the power would be when it exploded out. It was pretty much limitless. In the last life, there were out-of-body realm spirit masters who relied on the help of this flower to kill or return to Sun Realm Spirit Master in one strike, storing soul power within the flower bud, accumulating it for 20 years, directly crossing 2 grades, and killing a return to Sun Realm expert who formed 7 true spiritual talismans, shocking the entire cloud continent. This item could be said to be one of the few external techniques of spirit masters that could help one to fight above their grade. As such, one could imagine how much spirit masters in the world chased after this item. Although it couldn't increase soul power by much, it was still seen as a top treasure. Naturally, this item wasn't without restrictions. After it exploded out, it would be like the blooming of a Sirius, instantly disappearing at most 3 breaths of time. In other words, if Zhongsho's realm remained stagnant, even if he nourished it for 20 years, he would at most be able to explode out with the strength of a peak return to Sun Realm Spirit Master. Moreover, it would only be for 9 breaths of time. What Zhongsho cared more about was the future. Once he stepped into the day-wandering realm, just the power of these 3 Sirius would allow him to not fear normal body-forming spirit masters. A life and death battle, 1 breath was all it took. Those spirit masters should have only obtained the Xiantian talismans within the Sirius. I used the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique to swallow and directly obtain the life source mark. Who knows what changes will happen to these 3 Sirius? After observing for half a day, he still couldn't see anything different. Zhongsho could only shake his head and toss these flowers to the side. Within his soul ocean, he went all out to form talismans. Since that day when he fought with Li Yaling, 20 consecutive days Zhongsho had been forming true spiritual talismans within his soul ocean. At this moment, it was time for him to reap the rewards. Chapter 157. If one looked closely, one would see that within Zhongsho's soul ocean whirlpool, there were hundreds of talisman patterns floating about. Along with Zhongsho's intent, many brand new true spiritual charms were formed in the center of the soul ocean. Usually, each time he formed one, it would require Zhongsho to spend large amounts of time and effort. However, at this moment, his mental state was unusually excited. Not only was he fully focused, but his inspiration seemed to be endless. With just a thought, he could draw in the air and create a true spiritual charm. Before this, when he went all out in the battle with Hu Qinxiu, under the pressure of this 8 Meridian Xuanwu ancestor, his life potential was close to exploding out. From start to finish, his mind was in a state of excitement. All his thoughts were exceptionally clear. If he cultivated his energy now, he would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. However, the one who benefited the most was Zhongsho's soul. The number of true spiritual charms is enough. Today, I can form true spiritual charms. Talismans represented the laws of heaven and earth, and talismans were the outer appearance of the laws and all the phenomena that were caused. The number of true spiritual charms was enough, which meant that the true spiritual charms that were gathered in his soul ocean were enough to support this law. When Zhongsho's intent rose up, Those true spiritual charms that were spread out without any pattern crazily charged over. All the true spiritual charms gathered at the center of the soul ocean, continuously combining and reconstructing. In just a moment, one could see a silver-white talisman appear within the soul ocean whirlpool. Threads of electricity spread out in all directions. In just a moment, it filled his entire soul. It also connected with the lightning phoenix illusionary image above, becoming more and more majestic. The first true spiritual talisman that Zhongsho chose was the lightning word. Not only because he had the lightning phoenix life mark, but also because this true spiritual talisman was the biggest one out of all the talismans that power had. The moment this true spiritual talisman was formed, threads of lightning glow flashed around Zhongsho's body. Comprehension rose up in his heart. He knew that in the future, when he used lightning element techniques, not only could he save a large portion of his steps when he formed seals and chanted, but he could also double it. Its might would be increased by at least 2 times, and it was much stronger than those people who had similarly condensed the lightning talisman. Then his soul ocean suddenly exploded outwards. All the spiritual energy within, under the stimulation of the true spiritual talisman, actually split into two into 4. Only when the area expanded by close to double did it finally stop. How quick! It actually increased close to double the soul power growth of a spirit master. As expected, forming spiritual charms is the right path. Zhongsho's eyes lit up, revealing a look of surprise. When he cultivated in the past, even if he cultivated, it would only increase of his soul power increase by close to 6,000ths of a thousand. But now, it increased by close to double. The true talisman spiritual restriction was to strengthen one source of origin and improve the quality of one's soul. Naturally, the effects were different from ordinary cultivation. Just as Zhongsho wanted to work harder to form the water talisman at the back, Zhongsho's eyes lit up. However, just as he formed 2 more true spiritual charms, he felt a swelling pain in his head, and his consciousness became heavy. I've reached the limit. As expected, there is no such thing as reaching the heavens in one step. Zhongsho didn't hesitate, decisively stopping his meditation and starting to breathe in and out. The cultivation of this world-shocking spiritual art was much simpler than forming true spiritual charms. Swallowing and spitting spiritual energy from heaven and earth, after a few cycles, the true chi in Zhongsho's body started to surge, continuously activating it, merging with the newly increased world-shocking true energy. One water, one fire, they were like a spiral as they moved forwards in his meridians. The remaining meridians above his lungs had become really loose due to Zhongsho's nonstop training in the past 10 days. Today's battle with Hu Qianxiu caused it to totally collapse. Zhongsho pretty much didn't use much strength to open them up one by one. Then, all the strength gathered into one, like 2 thin needles stabbing viciously into the outer chakra. Just as those blockages were drilled open, more Xiantian essence energy in his body turned into fire and water, true chi, merging into the chakra around his body. Zhongsho made use of the strength to take a mile after taking an inch. He was invincible all the way, piercing the various major acupoints of the outer chakra one by one. The 9 meridians of the body chakra. Each chakra was made up of 24 major acupoints, as well as numerous smaller ones. Only the outer chakra was different, having a total of 48 major acupoints spread out around his body. Along with the meridians, Zhongsho had a total of 96 acupoints in his body. Zhongsho used the golden needle acupoint searching method. Based on his understanding of the meridians of the human body in his last life, he could only find 26, which was 52 acupoints. As for the remaining acupoints, he was still unable to confirm them. At this moment, the strength he gathered was only able to open 24 acupoints before it started to run out. Pretty much every acupoint he opened would cause a bloody hole to appear all over his body. He actually still had some strength left in his body. As long as he stored it up, he should be able to open a few more acupoints. Zhongsho knew the theory of stopping while he was ahead. His body circulated a few more times, causing the meridians around his body to slowly calm down. All the true qi returned to his energy ocean as well as the major acupoints around his body. As expected, fighting with experts to bring out the potential of one's life force is the best shortcut to cultivation. If it was a normal day, even with the lightning phoenix essence, I would need close to 2 months to be able to open the outer chakra. However, today I managed to do it in an instant, a full 4 months of tough cultivation. Unfortunately, it is hard to find an opponent in this world. Without a suitable person, there is no point in fighting. Although the battle today wasn't a life and death battle. However, under the pressure of Hu Qianxiu, an 8-meridian Xuanwu master, Zhongsho benefited a lot, even more than the battle with 100,000 blood killer Li Yaling that day. What he saw now was only the initial gains. The remaining portion would be slowly revealed in the next month. Bringing out the potential of his life force would cause more Xiantian essence energy to be absorbed by his body. During these few months, his cultivation speed would also greatly increase. It was enough for him to easily step into the peak of the bodily chakra realm. 9 meridians of the bodily chakra. What is my strength like now? Along with Zhongshoxin's thoughts moving, a glow shot out from his fingertip, only to see water and fire intertwining, lightning flashing. This strike directly shot out close to 20 feet. Energy penetrated 70 feet. My world's shocking spiritual art, spiral true qi, is much more focused and sharper than normal martial arts. Based on this calculation, my strength should be around 10,000 kilograms. Zhongsho felt slightly helpless. The acupoints on his body were double that of normal people. Due to him grasping the golden needle acupoint technique, normal people could only open 10 over acupoints in one chakra meridian, but he could open all of them. Logically speaking, be it strength or true qi storage, it should be close to double that of normal martial masters. However, a large portion of his true qi was lost in the internal friction. Not only was his strength similar to normal 9 meridian martial masters, but at most he was slightly stronger. Even his stamina was far from that of normal people. This was also because he had been continuously strengthening his spiral meridians. If it was before, when he had just entered 7 meridian mythic master, he wouldn't even have 80% of a normal person's strength. He could only hope that in the future, when the spiral meridians were fully formed, it would take a turn for the better. He didn't really hope to have double the strength of others. However, with 2 meridians at the same time, his cultivation time was also double that of others. No matter what, his strength and true qi storage had to exceed normal people. Only then would it make sense. Sighing slightly, Zhongsho closed his eyes once more. The sword battle not long ago did not only bring out the potential of his life force. It was also a form of training for his sword techniques. It was actually a good thing for him to start practicing his swordsmanship from scratch. He could reflect on himself and discover many areas where he was lacking and wrong in the past. There were even some areas that could be improved and improved, allowing him to build a stronger foundation. The intense battle with Hu Qianxiu had caused many weaknesses in his sword techniques to be exposed, especially those last few swords, which pretty much caused his fundamental martial path to step into a whole new hall. Just as Zhongsho's carriage was speeding towards the south of the Cloud Continent, at the place where Zhongsho and Hu Qianxiu had fought intensely, 2 skinny figures were standing at the top of a nearby hill. They were the 2 people who had appeared at the place where Li Yaling had died. Among them, Chou Ling had his arms crossed in front of his chest, impatience written all over his face. "Senior Brother Yin, what are you looking at? There are no traces here at all. There are no traces." The teen surnamed Yin nodded his head and looked into the distance. Looking out, there was only a piece of flat land with 3 to 5 trees scattered about. There wasn't anything worth paying attention to. However, yesterday this place was filled with righteous energy. Even the Ocean City Lord didn't dare to get close. There are no traces at all. Instead, it is a little suspicious. That makes sense. Ling laughed and didn't think much of it. Since this place has already been dealt with by someone, there is no point in us checking it out. The teen surnamed Yun smiled and didn't retort, only saying expressionlessly, I forgot to say, this morning Cloud Saint City sent news that Master had already checked it out. The Xiantian experts near Cloud Saint City didn't even get close to the Blood Valley. Another thing is that this Gantian mountain prince knows Gong Shinran in Linhai College. 2 years ago, their relationship could be said to be really close. Ling's eyes lit up, revealing a deep thought. Speaking of which, this Gantian mountain prince is really suspicious. Although he himself was a cripple, his father had left behind many subordinates. Alright, these 2 days are a little weird. Yunxia Mountain and Blazing Flame Mountain were originally prepared to gather their subordinates to surround and kill this prince nearby. However, after midnight yesterday, the followers of these two forces were all wiped out overnight. Also, that Zhongling is nowhere to be found. People like Purple Lightning Spear Zhong Yuan are also nowhere to be found. How weird. All of these people can be eliminated, and the only one left is the Crown Prince. The teen surnamed Yin didn't agree or disagree, a cold glow appearing in his eyes. Now that most people are dead, no matter if it is him or not, as long as we kill this kid, we can take revenge for old me. Chapter 158. Quietly looking at the boundless lake, Zhongsho's thoughts were in a mess, filled with emotions. Roughly 10,000 years later, there would be a huge city here, and he was born in the vicinity. When he was young, he struggled bitterly here, and after he made a name for himself, he lived here. He was born here and grew up here, bearing his numerous joys and sorrows, as well as numerous memories. Sighing, Zhongsho waved away the sadness in his heart. He was already an ancient person from 10,000 years ago, and there was not even a shadow of that huge city in the future. This water fairy lake is really F***king-wide. This is the first time I've seen such a huge lake. Hu Zhongyuan had followed closely behind Zhongsho since he jumped off the carriage. At this moment, he was in awe. However, why did young master come here? Although the scenery here is great, there aren't many people within a few thousand miles. There are also numerous beasts nearby, but I'm not afraid of that. Only in this water fairy lake is a black water chill serpent. Zhongsho smiled slightly and didn't reply. He came to the water fairy lake this time for his barriers from heaven. To solve this obstacle, walking the path that he had walked before was the best. Who knew what the situation was like 10,000 years ago? As for that chill serpent, Zhongsho didn't really care much about it. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid, but that this chill serpent should have fallen into a deep sleep. When it woke up 20 years later, it had evolved into a god-beast body. In Donglin Cloud Continent, it had caused a huge storm. Not only were there many records of it in the history books of the nearby cities, but there were also many related quests in the God Emperor game. As a mid-late stage dungeon boss, it had been tortured and killed many times. This was why Zhongsho wasn't worried at all. He was only worried that the geography of that place would be different from 10,000 years later, and he would have to find another place to cultivate. When the cloud crossing carriage stopped by the lakeside, the four of them began to work together. They chose a relatively high and dry area near the lakeside and built a few wooden houses as temporary residences. The four of them were all Xiantian martial artists, and Zhongsho and Chu Shui were even spirit masters. It was extremely convenient for them to do this kind of woodworking. With a few slashes, the wood was sliced into pieces in an extremely neat manner. Using a few fire element spells to slightly roast it, he would be able to dehydrate it. Zhongsho had some talent in architecture. Even though the wooden house was built in a hurry, it still looked beautiful. After that, he assigned tasks to the three of them. Catch fish in the lake, and 3,000 a day. You're not allowed to sleep until you're done. Chu Shui furrowed her brows. Could it be that young master was retaliating? That was most likely the case. Catching birds was not enough, and now he wanted to catch fish? Young master, can you not go? Why don't you let Shui, or warm your bed? I really can't sleep with you. Shui and young master are still young. Looking at the weird gazes that Hu Zhongyuan and Zhong Yuan shot over, Zhong Shou's face turned red for the first time, and his expression was one of awkwardness. He directly knocked her head. "What are you thinking about? You're nimble and not fast enough. Catching fish in a lake is the best solution for the problem. If you continue to make excuses, be careful that I don't make you copy books again." Chu Shui was still frowning, thinking that if they wanted to catch so many fish, they might as well kill her. Just as she was about to bargain, Zhong Shou picked up a thick talisman scripture and gave out a vicious laugh. His heart skipped a beat, and he jumped into the water in an extremely obedient manner. Zhong Shou then looked at Zhong Yuan, who was in a lifeless state. He didn't say any nonsense, directly flicking a piece of paper over. The latter casually caught it, casually taking a look, and then he was startled. Daily forward step spear 100 times, left spinning spear 125 times, right step spear 100 times. They were all basic spear techniques, but what was this mess? To let him, a peak Xiantian expert, train in all this? He originally wanted to ask, but then he remembered that he was like a walking corpse and had nothing to live for. He would just follow this kid to train. He didn't mind, keeping the piece of paper in his arms. To let him stay at the entrance of Gantian Mountain City for 3 days and 3 nights, this prince might really do it. Zhong Shou smiled, not bothering about him. His gaze exchanged glances with Hu Zhongyin, who was filled with anticipation. "Old brother Hu, you are twice my age and also a 5-meridian martial ancestor expert. Do you need me to give you pointers?" Hu Zhongyuan laughed, shaking his head disapprovingly. "There is no seniority in learning. The one who reaches the top is the first. Although the prince hasn't reached Xiantian, you have already comprehended sword intent, and your sword path is one with the spirit. In terms of cultivation, even my father isn't your opponent. I, Hu Zhongyin, have only comprehended the strength of the martial path. Since I entered martial ancestor, I have not improved much and have been unable to break through. If I can get some pointers from the prince, I will definitely improve." Zhong Shou sighed with a headache. The father and son of the Hu family cultivated in blade techniques. Although the blade path and the sword path were 2 sides of the same coin and were connected, there were still some differences. Thinking about it for a moment, Zhong Shou said seriously, "I'm not good at blade techniques, but if old brother who wants to improve on blade strength, I might be able to help. Only this method might be a little dangerous." "Don't move." Just as Hu Zhongyan was feeling surprised, Zhong Shou suddenly pulled out his sword, and then all around him were blade shadows. It was obviously his sword, but in his eyes it was a bright blade light. On the other hand, this half-demon youth seemed to have transformed into an enormous multicolored tiger that opened its bloody mouth and bit down. This sudden attack was not only without any signs, but it was also so quick that he couldn't react at all. Hu Zhongyuan instinctively wanted to gather up the true energy in his body, but he thought back to what Zhong Shou said before and hurriedly suppressed it. However, when the sky full of blade shadows swept over, he still felt a chill down his spine. He pretty much thought that Zhong Shou really wanted to take his life. When the blade light disappeared, only to see that there were dozens of tears on his clothes. At the center of his brows, there was even a bloody wound. The other tears on his clothes were all caused by the sword energy. Only this wound was truly pierced by the sword tip. Hu Zhongyuan's eyes flashed with bewilderment. This blade is tiger roaring in all directions. It is the tiger roar that Uncle Hu used that day. After that battle, Zhong Shou had a deep impression of it and barely managed to learn it. Zhong Shou nodded his head and said seriously, "If old brother Hu could do it within 3 days, you managed to break all the saber moves that I sent into your consciousness. Naturally, your martial path can improve. If not, you won't be able to improve for the rest of your life. I only hope that old brother won't blame me then." Only then did Hu Zhongyuan feel that something wasn't right. He suddenly felt that the Zhong Shou in front of him had transformed into a giant tiger and was roaring furiously. He obviously knew that this was an illusion, but his heart couldn't help but tremble. He instinctively wanted to pull out his blade. His forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat. He was both shocked and terrified. This prince's martial path talent was actually so strong. The tiger roar that his father had only used once was actually learned with just one look. He was even more worried about himself. If he couldn't break this blade strength within 3 days, wouldn't he be stuck at this realm for the rest of his life? Then, he came to his senses. Since he cultivated the martial path, he should know the theory of martial cultivators being fearless. How could he not even have that bit of confidence? No matter how difficult it was, he had to try first. Speaking of which, during these few years, he had lived like a prince in Gantian Mountain City and held huge power in his hands. His sharpness had slowly decreased. Seeing Hu Zhongyuan focus, Zhongsho nodded his head in praise. Suddenly, there was a loud roar that shook the wilderness. In just a moment, a black lion charged out from the forest. Zhongsho casually tossed a pill to it and let it consume it. Then, he took out the black wave sword and started to display a set of sword techniques in front of the lion. It seemed illusionary yet not illusionary, hidden yet not hidden, like a mirage, like a blurry shadow. He didn't find it annoying, patiently practicing it over and over again, until this rising moon lion's eyes slowly became clear. It gave out a grateful lion roar before charging into the forest in the distance. Only then did it stop. A smile instantly appeared on Zhongsho's face. From start to finish, he only used it 7 times. This lion was indeed the intelligent type. Now that he had arranged everything here, what was next was to solve his own problem. Bringing some pills with him, Zhongsho also took out some dry rations and placed them into his bag. Then, he directly took over 10 slightly larger wooden boards and made them into a wooden raft. He stepped on it and glided on the water surface. However, just as he slid 1,000 feet, he saw Chu Shui float out of the water with her body dripping wet. She shouted anxiously, "Young master, there's a frost serpent in the water fairy lake. Young master, come back quickly." Zhongsho turned his head and took a look, but he didn't stop. He casually waved his sleeves to tell her not to worry, and his body suddenly sped up. The wooden raft under his feet also brought out a line of water as he sped towards the depths of the lake. In just a blink of an eye, he left Chu Shui behind. He thought to himself that if the two behind him knew that the place he was heading towards was close to where the frost serpent was sleeping, they would probably be so anxious that they would jump up and down. The area of the water fairy lake was huge, spanning 2,000 miles from north to south. Within it, there were thousands of islands and reefs of different sizes, densely packed within. The big ones were tens of miles, while the small ones were less than 100 feet. Zhongsho followed his memory and used his true chi to control the wooden raft to glide in the lake. However, the water fairy lake 10,000 years ago was different from 10,000 years later. Some of them had already disappeared in the future. Some of the muddy sand islands had not formed yet. Zhongsho searched for a long time in the lake before his eyes lit up. Then, he pretended to search for tens of larger islands in the lake before stepping on the wooden raft and directly charging onto one of them. It was a green island that was shaped like a giant axe. This place had a radius of 7 miles and was densely packed with bamboo forests. Zhongsho wasn't interested in admiring it. His body was like lightning as he charged into the bamboo forest. In the next moment, a wide pool appeared in front of Zhongsho. The water of the pool was deep black, like ink. However, if one walked to the side of the pool and held it up to take a closer look, one would realize that the pool was actually extremely clear. When placed in one's mouth, it would taste even sweeter and more delicious. Everything was exactly the same as what he remembered. However, at this moment, the temperature of the spring water was slightly cold. Zhongsho didn't find it strange. At this moment, the frost serpent hadn't turned into a dragon and left. He guessed that the island tens of miles away was still frozen. Chapter 159. Before the chill flood serpent turned into a dragon, it was born with Xian ice-cold power which was hard to control. Wherever it lived, 100 miles around it would become a country of frost. Apart from the water being slightly colder, the water being clearer, and the air being fresher, everything else was similar to 10,000 years in the future. In the future, a friend of his bought this place and made it a private island, changing the scenery. However, looking at it now, the natural scenery was much more beautiful. Looking around, Zhongsho took out a few pills from his sleeves and consumed them, amongst which he needed the body-cleansing pill. Next was the psychic mysterious sense pill that Xian Yuan gave him, as well as 2 types of pills known as the Yang Fire Body Warming Pill and the Turtle Breath Pill. The latter could help with breathing, while the former had no other use, only allowing the body to feel as warm as fire for a few hours. Even among commoners, it was really common. Especially in regions where the weather was colder, pretty much every family prepared it. In the end, after hesitating for a moment, Zhongsho still swallowed a meridian spirit pill. When his body started to warm up, he took off his jacket. She took off her jacket, wearing only her underwear. She leaped into the air and fell into the lake. He dove down to a depth of 1,070 feet. He felt that there were undercurrents here. At this point, all the qi in his chest and abdomen had been completely exhausted. Luckily, using Little Gold and the spiritual vein pearl, he was now a fake pellet Xiantian. Using the foundation breathing pill, he was able to breathe in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He wasn't afraid of being suffocated to death. He continued to sink. Pretty much every 10 feet, Zhongsho felt the pressure on his body get a little heavier. It was like he was carrying tens of thousands of kilograms of weight, about to crush his body. The undercurrent at the bottom of the pool also increased by a little, like a vast and irresistible force that continuously charged and collided with one another. Any one of them carried 10,000 kilograms of energy. The Thousand Water Lake was different from the other lakes in the Cloud World. Although it looked calm on the surface, at the bottom of the lake, there were many undercurrents. The closer one got to the center of the lake, the more obvious it was. This Blackwater Lake seemed independent, but it was connected to the lake outside. It also had numerous undercurrents, maybe even more. However, the amount of spiritual energy here was the highest in the entire 1,000 miles apart from the place where the ice serpent lived. It's here. Suddenly, a stone platform with a radius of about 1,000 feet appeared in front of him. Zhongsho's eyes lit up. He immediately turned his body and swam towards it. However, as soon as he stepped on it, he felt a vast undercurrent rushing towards him with an earth-shattering force. Zhongsho, on the other hand, was not surprised. If they were not underwater, he would have burst out laughing. As expected, there weren't many changes between this place and 10,000 years later. No, the undercurrents of this era seemed to be even stronger. However, this situation was exactly what he wanted. He threw out a punch with all his might. Borrowing the strength of the external elixir, he directly shattered the water flow. Then, step by step, he stepped onto the stone and stood at the center of the stone. At this moment, there was a huge pressure on his body. The bones in his body creaked, but the qi and blood in his body began to surge rapidly. Meanwhile, Zhongsho felt as if lava was erupting inside him. He was burning hot and excited. In his previous life, it took him 3 years to break through the barriers from heaven with the help of the strong water pressure and many undercurrents here. However, in this era, using the essence of a lightning phoenix, the time could be shortened by 10 times. The effects of the meridian spirit pill also started to take effect. The meridians in his body slowly turned soft and started to twist in pain. Zhongsho laughed, not bothering at all. He walked to the center of the stone platform and started to practice the energy leading technique that was specially used on the spiral meridians. Unlike normal times, at this moment, every action he completed underwater was several times harder than before. Under the water pressure, waving one's arms and legs required 10 times or even 100 times more strength than usual. Under the impact of the undercurrents, if one was not careful, one's actions would go out of shape. This caused his entire body to feel unbearable pain. Moments later, not only did the meridians in Zhongsho's body start to twist, but all his blood, every inch of his flesh and bone started to burn. Not only because of the effects of the body-washing pill and Yang Fire Body Warming pill, but also because Zhongsho's actions had activated all the energy in his body. With the essence of the lightning phoenix, the feeling of cultivating underwater is really different from the last life. However, luckily it was Irin who refined this spirit-connecting mysterious sense pill. The effects of this pill were, as Xinyuan Irin had said, although it couldn't reduce the pain, it could allow one to maintain a clear mind. Zhongsho was like that at this moment, which was why under the effects of the pill, his mind was extremely clear. However, at this moment he would rather faint. It was as if his muscles and meridians were being bitten by man-eating ants inch by inch. It was almost challenging his limits. Luckily, this spirit-connecting mysterious sense pill also had the effect of increasing soul power. Using the intense pain to torture himself, the soul ocean whirlpool actually started to shrink once more. Bit by bit, his spiritual energy was slowly increasing. What made him happy was that under the catalysis of the body-washing pill, the Xiantian essence energy in his body was merging into his body at a shocking speed. Pretty much every moment, he could clearly feel that his body was becoming stronger. The meridians in his body were also becoming tougher. In the last life, when he cultivated to the peak of the 9th meridian of the bodily chakra realm, he was stopped by the barriers from heaven, unable to improve for a year and a half. At the depths of the water fairy lake, he continuously practiced various fist techniques as well as the first 3 sets of energy-leading techniques that he had created. His thoughts at that time were really simple. Since the bodily chakra contained too little energy, it wasn't enough to break through the barriers from heaven. Then, he would continue to train to make his body stronger. He would make the chakra in his body tougher and wider until the true chi accumulated in all his meridians and acupoints was able to break the barriers from heaven. However, although he used some spiritual medicine to help, it couldn't compare to the Xiantian essence energy in his body now. Using this method to train his body consumed a huge amount of stamina, and it was pretty much the same as when he fought against experts like Li Yaling. In just 30 minutes, Zhongsho was already panting. Luckily, although this place was underwater, if he was tired, he could stop and hide in a place where the undercurrents weren't strong enough to rest. His blood was boiling, and the accumulated Xiantian essence energy was slowly merging into his body. Little by little, the impurities were expelled out of his body through his pores. He didn't even need to use fetal breathing to maintain his body, and he didn't feel any pressure at all. A few hours later, the effects of the Meridian Spirit pill started to fade. Only then did Zhongsho step on the stone and float to the surface. His body was sore and weak, and he couldn't muster up any strength. However, he still had the lightning traveling spirit bone, which could help him underwater. When he surfaced, he saw that it was already nighttime. The sun was setting in the west, and the afterglow shone in the evening. Great! Practicing the energy-leading technique underwater is a full 5 times more than in the past. My physical strength has also increased, although it can't be compared to the life potential that was ignited during the battle with Li Yaling and Hu Qinxiu. However, as long as it accumulates, in just 10 days, I can win. Who knows? Maybe in 3.5 to 4 months, I could try to break through the barriers from heaven. At this moment, Zhongsho's chakra realm was still extremely numb. The internal strength in his body was pretty much used up. He could only lie on the surface of the water without any strength. However, he was really happy, enjoying the comfort after the intense pain disappeared. He was delighted about the results of his training, and he recalled the days in his last life when he didn't bother about worldly matters and buried his head in training. Following which he thought back to Chu Shui, who should still be catching fish. With my current situation, I should be able to practice another round of fist techniques in the deep water of the lake. However, with Shui's personality, if she sees that I don't return, who knows how anxious she will be. With a thought, a talisman flew out from the clothes that Zhongsho placed beside the lake. Zhongsho casually took out some spiritual ink from his bag and wrote, "I am fine. I will return at midnight." Then, he folded it into a paper crane. He sighed to himself that spirit masters were sometimes more convenient than martial cultivators and had many abilities. He also cast a spell, causing the paper crane to flap its wings and fly up high. After shaking for a moment, it swiftly flew towards the east. After eating a lot of dry rations, Zhongsho totally collapsed on the surface of the water. It was like he had fallen asleep. Only his breathing was still calm and regular. Who knows how long passed until the sun totally set. Zhongsho only felt the energy in his body fill up once more. The numbness and soreness in his limbs and bones slowly disappeared. Zhongsho suddenly opened his eyes, the world's shocking true energy slightly surging out. Within his chakra realm, several major acupoints were easily opened up. Once his entire body had changed, Zhongsho dived into the water once more. In his last life, when he trained, he could only use special diving equipment. In this life, with the help of Little Gold and the external pill, as well as the Sciention essence energy in his body, the effects weren't that great. Instead, he could stay underwater for a longer period of time. Actually, if he wanted to train underwater, he could train anywhere in this water fairy lake. However, only the strong spiritual energy in the lake could allow him to train his body to reach the best effect. Still 2,000 feet underwater on the stone platform. This time, Zhongsho didn't use the Meridian Spirit Pill. He only used the Body Cleansing Pill and Foundation Breathing Pill before standing on the platform. This time, he didn't use the soft and gentle energy leading technique. Instead, he directly punched out under the water. It was a simple punch. The fist wasn't slow or fast, not rushed or impatient. It was really simple and didn't have any style, and there wasn't anything exquisite about it. However, when this fist was punched out, the undercurrent that had a pattern under the water suddenly started to move. Following which, Zhongsho's fist speed became faster and faster. Pretty much every strike was filled with all his strength. His internal strength surged and stirred up the water around him. In just a moment, it was like a whirlpool was formed under the water, getting bigger and bigger as it swirled around endlessly. The speed of the undercurrent also increased by several times as it spun around. Chapter 160. Why aren't you letting me go? Today, I'm going to kill him. No, Sister Shuang, this person isn't in the wrong. He was the one who came to the pond first. He didn't know that we would come here and purposely peeped. Scoff. He still deserves to die. Let me go. I can't let you go. Mother said that no matter how big the world is, it can't be bigger than logic. All living things in the world, even a blade of grass and a tree, have their own fate. It isn't easy for our race to survive, so we should understand others. The heavens have the virtue of caring for life, so we should have such a heart. We can't casually bully and kill others. I don't care. Hand in, your brain has been spoiled by Mother. Today, I, Yi Fei Shuang, will make this shameless person die without a burial place. Beside the black pond, the girl in the colorful dress waved the sword in her hand, trying to break free. The girl in the purple dress tightly hugged her waist, her face filled with helplessness. At this moment, Zhongsho didn't know what to say. His entire body went soft as he laid on the surface of the lake. However, the black wave sword that was placed on the other side of the shore resonated with his soul. As long as the girl in the colorful dress did something bad. With a thought, he could kill these two girls in front of him. Following which, the girl in the purple dress had an idea. Sister Shuang, look carefully. He is still a kid. His hair isn't even fully grown, so why are you angry? You're just being seen by a kid. Do you want to die? Aren't you afraid of people laughing at you? Woo, this kid is so cute. The young woman in multicolored clothes was stunned. She focused her gaze and looked carefully, and then a slightly embarrassed expression appeared on her pretty face. Her killing intent instantly disappeared as she put down the sword in her hand. When Zhongsho heard that, he was instantly furious. What did she mean by his hair wasn't fully grown? Even in this life, he was close to 14 years old. The elephant below had already started to show its prowess and was just waiting to be unsheathed. These two girls were really looking down on him. Killing intent rose up in his eyes. The black wave sword seemed to respond to his killing intent. It was ready to move. However, to do that, Wasn't it a little too heartless? No matter what, he was the one who had seen her body. In the blink of an eye, he had ruthlessly destroyed a flower. It didn't seem right. It was too cruel and heartless. Forget it. I'll spare their lives. Zhongsho snorted as he wondered if he should push the two girls down and show them his masculinity. At the same time, he leisurely swam towards the shore and leisurely put on his coat that he had left by the shore. Yi Feishuang's face turned red again. Zhongsho's clothes were clearly here, but the two of them were careless and didn't notice it. She couldn't blame him. However, he was unwilling to admit that he was wrong. His face was still gloomy as he coldly snorted and said, "Why are you here? And why did you dive into the water? Tell me clearly." Zhongsho smirked. The girl in colorful clothes probably didn't realize that she had just escaped from the death god's blade. He was too lazy to argue with this woman. He grabbed a few pieces of glowing jade in his hand and put them into his pouch. When the girl in purple saw that, her eyes lit up. "Jade Lake Stone? You're here to pick Jade Lake stones and sell them, right? I heard my mother say that these things are worth a lot outside. Are you a miner of the Water Fairy Lake? That's not right. I didn't see a boat outside. There is only a wooden raft." Her brows furrowed as she looked over with a pitiful gaze. "You don't even have a boat. Your family must be really poor, right? How pitiful." Zhongsho was startled, only feeling that he couldn't wrap his head around it. He knew about miners, but most of them lived on the north side of the Water Fairy Lake, far away from the territory of the Chill Serpent. The Jade Lake stones in his hands were indeed worth a lot. The quality was really high, and its price was comparable to a Grade 1 beast crystal. However, he casually picked them up to give them to Shui. Also, why did this girl see that he was pitiful? The clothes on his body were all made of golden silk. The patterns on his chest and abdomen were even more exquisite. In Donglin Cloud Continent, as long as one had some knowledge, they would be able to recognize that these were the robes produced by Yu Hai City's Jinqiu Pavilion and knew that he had a noble identity. How did he get involved with those miners? Forget it. This girl was probably an idiot who didn't know much about the world. However, thinking about it, her sister would most probably know. She looked really strong and smart, and her experience wasn't something that her sister could compare to. Yi Feishuang sized him up, and then her expression cleared up as she kept her sword back in her sheath. So that's the case. Sister is really careful. I misunderstood. Pausing, Yi Feishuang's pink face revealed a hint of warning. However, you better forget about today's matter. If you tell anyone about this, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. When she said the word kill, her eyes were filled with killing intent. She grabbed the girl in purple and turned around to leave. Just as she was about to walk out of the bamboo forest, she hesitated for a moment, casually tossing a small bag over. "It is your fate that you were able to meet the two of us today. Take these mind stones, and you should be able to live without worries. My mother said that miners are all pitiful people. Every time they search for Jade Lake stones, they often have to go 1,000 feet deep. You have no internal energy, and it is too dangerous. It is best if you don't make a living from this." When the two of them totally disappeared from his field of vision, Zhongsho looked at the bag in his hand, startled and in a daze. 30 grade, 2 mind stones, 10 grade 3. This Yi Feishuang really spent a lot. However, with these mind stones, not to mention living without worries, even if one was rich, having a good meal, and having a bunch of servants, it would still be easy. How much common sense did this Yi Feishuang have to say such words? So many mind stones, and she gave it to a kid who had no fighting ability. Wasn't she afraid that others would have bad intentions and harm his life? Wait, maybe this Yi Feishuang didn't want to directly attack him in front of her sister, which was why she used such a method to borrow a knife to kill him. How vicious. Thinking about it, he roughly understood what Yi Feishuang was thinking. Zhongsho scoffed coldly, tossing the bag in his hand to the side before sitting down beside the pond. He breathed in and adjusted his breathing, allowing his stamina and true qi to recover slightly. Zhongsho also leaped towards the shore. He drove the wooden raft back to where he came from. When he returned to the shore, where he temporarily stayed, it was around midnight. However, Chu Shui was already really anxious. She had even prepared the wooden raft and was prepared to head to the lake with Hu Zhong Yuan to search for him. When she thought about Zhongshou, Chu Shui immediately burst into tears, looking really sad. Only when Zhongshou took out those few shining jade lake stones did her tears turn into a smile. The night was silent. When the morning of the second day arrived, Zhongshou drove the wooden raft back to the small island. As he had already consumed the meridian spirit pill yesterday, he needed to wait a few days for his meridians to relax before he could use the pill again, which was why Zhongshou directly started to use the chaotic cloak fist technique, turning the water into a whirlpool. He continued for 4 hours until his internal breathing technique couldn't be maintained anymore. Zhongshou once again floated up to the surface of the water. It was already noon, and to completely change his breathing and recover his stamina, he would need at least 4 to 4 hours. Zhongshou only felt hungry, using up a lot of stamina. He casually took out some dry rations to eat. A moment later, he felt really bored. The dry rations of this era are really disgusting. It's okay to eat it once or twice, but if I eat it for 8 to 10 days, how can I take it? I will have to stay here for 4 to 5 months. In his last life, he loved to enjoy life. He would never get tired of eating good food and not get tired of the details. To satisfy his taste buds, he trained up a set of skills that could be compared to top chefs. Now that he had such a thought, since he had nothing to do anyway, he used his mind to control the black wave sword and pierced into the giant lake in the distance. In just a short while, he had already killed a few fish and dragged them back. When he was in front of them, he took a closer look. Zhongshou couldn't help but feel delighted. Every one of them was tens of kilograms in size, extremely fat and strong. Moreover, they were the snow carp that had been hunted to extinction in the future. Today is such a good day. Such a big snow carp. Won't it be sold for a sky-high price in the future? This entire water fairy lake is the hunting ground of the ice serpent. Rumors say that it sometimes doesn't even have enough to eat and needs to go out to hunt. Looking at the situation, it seems like it has already fallen asleep. It hasn't hunted for over 10 years, and it has grown strong. What a lucky day for me. He cleanly cut open the bellies of these few fish and threw away the organs. The gills and the like were also cut off. After carefully cleaning it, Zhongshou started a fire. There were bamboo trees here, and Zhongshou's spells were the best at setting fires. In just a short while, the flames were blazing. After skewering a few fish, he placed them on top of the fire. Zhongshou was really excited as he flipped them around. Just as the smell of barbecued fish started to spread out, a purple light flashed. Suddenly, a purple shadow flashed in front of his eyes. A girl in purple suddenly jumped in front of him. She giggled and said, "So it was you who started the fire? You haven't left? This fish smells so good." As she spoke, the purple dress girl's nose twitched from time to time. Her eyes lit up as she looked at the fish on the fire, nearly drooling. Then, she looked at him with a pitiful and begging expression. Zhongshou couldn't help but smile, thinking back to Chu Shui. This girl was similar to Shui, both pure, dumb, and gluttonous. Thinking that since he couldn't finish it, Zhongshou scattered some salt and spices, taking down a cooked fish and casually tossing it over. The purple dress girl didn't mind that it was hot, biting into it right away. Her eyes burned as she praised, "This fish is so fresh. Hee hee, why did it melt in my mouth? This is the first time I ate such a barbecued fish. All right, I am Yifan. What is your name?" Zhongshou's eyes instantly rippled. A moment later, it was silent once more. Yifei Shuang, Yifan. These two names were a little familiar when put together, but he couldn't remember. He searched his mind for a long time, but couldn't find any clues. He gave out a self-mocking laugh, his eyes flashing. "I am Zhongshou." Chapter 161. Zhongshou. Yifan used her fingers to scratch her cheeks like she was really troubled. "So hard to remember. I will call you Brother Shou. Also, the surname Zhong is really weird. Oh, it seemed a little familiar." Zhongshou smiled and didn't say anything. The seven-tailed sky fox Zhong family, at least in this era, was really famous. They were one of the few strong races in the monster race. It wasn't surprising that this girl had heard of them. However, was Zhongsho's name really that hard to remember? Yi Fan didn't feel troubled after a short while and continued to eat the fish. Her mouth was really small, the same as Chu Shui's. Even if she opened her mouth wide, she could only swallow a small piece. However, her speed was really quick. In the blink of an eye, the snow carp in her hand was only left with bones. Then, she looked at Zhongsho with her eyes wide open. Zhongsho was helpless and tossed another barbecued fish over. The two of them ate the few snow carps in just a few bites. Then, they stared at each other beside the fire. Zhongsho was thinking about when this girl would be willing to leave. Suddenly, he saw two streams of tears flow down her cheeks. He panicked and didn't know what to do. He also didn't know how he made her cry. Then, he heard her sob. "Brother Sho, you're a good person. I haven't eaten such delicious fish in a long time. So touching, it is even better than the fish my mother barbecued." Zhongsho couldn't help but feel annoyed. It was just barbecued fish. Was that worth crying over? The Yi family sisters were both 8 Meridian Mythic Masters and had huge amounts of money. Where couldn't they eat good fish and meat? Yi Fan cried for a while before retracting her tears. However, her expression was still really pitiful. "Brother Sho, can you help me barbecue a few more fish?" Fan still wants to eat. There is also Sister, who hasn't eaten. Sister is also pitiful. She worked hard for an entire day, and in the end, the fish was burnt. When he heard that, Zhongsho was helpless. What does it have to do with me if you don't have grilled fish to eat? However, with his temper, he was amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. What he hated the most was seeing a girl cry. Thinking that since it was still early, there was still more than an hour to recover his strength, he nodded his head. Yi Fan was delighted. "Brother Sho, you really are a good person." After she said that, she disappeared into the bamboo forest. Zhongsho was left standing beside the bonfire with a stiff face. The word good person was not something that people liked in the future. He did not want to be a good person. That Yi Fan left for about 15 minutes before rushing back. Her figure was swift, but on her slender and thin arms, she was actually carrying 6 large fiery red fish as she soared over. Each of them weighed more than 100 kilograms. Yi Fan didn't feel heavy at all. She stood in front of Zhongsho and didn't even need to take a breath. She just smiled embarrassedly. Zhongsho's eyes narrowed. "This is a blood flame fish. Where did you catch it from?" Then, his gaze inadvertently paused on Yi Fan's hair for a moment. One could faintly see that there was a small white horn hidden in her hair. The blood flame fish was extremely precious. In terms of taste, it was on the same level as the snow carp. However, its blood was extremely precious. Dozens of spiritual pills in the world used it as the main ingredient. Even the human pinnacle pill needed the blood of this blood flame fish. However, the place where this kind of fish lived was usually in places where extreme cold and extreme heat intersected. They liked cold environments, but needed to be in extremely hot places to absorb fire to go against the cold. Nearby, there were a few places where the blood flame fish gathered. However, without exception, there was a chance that the chill serpent would be alerted. Yi Fan was not scheming at all, shaking her head. "I don't know. I caught it a few miles away. Sister Han said that there was an underground fire hole, and she didn't allow me to get close. However, there were many of them there." Zhongsho's expression relaxed, thinking that if he had the time, he could go and take a look. The way to deal with the blood flame fish was different. Zhongsho first chose one, carefully scraping off the skin and making it into a temporary bag, following which he let out the blood of a few blood flame fish. They were all a fiery red color, like a jumping flame. He added in some medicinal powder and shook it lightly, causing the powder to spread in. After this step was completed, he cut open the stomach and cleaned it. Using a fist-sized bamboo pole, he placed it on top of the fire. Zhongsho moved while asking casually, "Then do you and your sister live here? You seem really familiar with this place?" Yi Fan shook her head. "No, we just arrived the day before yesterday. Sister Shuang and I have only been here for 4 days. We listened to our mother and came here to seek shelter from an elder. However, That elder is no longer here. All right, Sister Shuang Shuang is called Yi Fei Shuang. Don't look at her temper. She is actually a good person. Her face is hard, but her heart is soft. Zhong Shaxin smiled. He could also see some things. When he heard that the two of them didn't live here for long, he was at ease. Following which he asked, "You seem to have horns on your head. Are you from the monster race?" Yi Feian rubbed the top of her head, a strange look flashing in her eyes. She then chuckled and said, "You can say that. Mother didn't tell me that humans don't have horns. Wouldn't they be ugly? Only with horns would they look good." Zhongsho was speechless. Did this Yi Feian not even see what human looked like? So, in Yi Feian's eyes, he was really ugly. However, he was at ease. This girl shouldn't have anything to do with the chill serpent. He also felt weird. Which branch of the monster race with horns on their heads was it? He didn't have any relevant information in his mind. In just a short while, Zhongsho managed to get a lot of information out of the innocent brat's mouth. These two girls were twin sisters. They seemed to have lived on a small island in the past. However, it wasn't the water fairy lake. It was said that their mother was really strong, able to call the wind and summon the rain. However, as for how strong she was, Yi Feian wasn't sure. It seemed like they had recently met a really fierce person, which was why they were forced to separate from their mother and escape here. As for the reason, Yi Feian seemed to have been specially instructed by someone, so she wasn't willing to say it out loud. Zhongsho tried to get some information out of her, but seeing that it didn't work, he didn't bother much. He, Sword Emperor Tanxiu, wasn't so shameless to the point that he wanted to target these two girls. He specially asked about these things just to clarify the possible relationship between the two of them and the chill serpent. The blood flame fish was slowly being cooked. Yi Feian's gaze became more and more infatuated, drooling. "Brother Shou, let me tell you secretly. Don't tell anyone else. Actually, after sister went back yesterday, she cried. She said that her culinary skills weren't good and that someone saw her naked, and that she wouldn't be able to get married in the future. I joked that why don't sister just marry Brother Shou? Anyways, Brother Shou is really good looking. However, sister scolded me and said that you don't know martial arts and don't cultivate spells, so what's the point of being good looking? She also said that you are an idiot. I feel that it is quite good, but I don't understand. Why don't Brother Shou marry me? I know how to do anything. I even know how to fight with people. As long as you grill fish for me every day." Zhongsho touched his head. So he didn't have horns. In the eyes of this girl, he was still the kind that looked really good. Just as she said that, a cold scoff spread out from the direction of the bamboo forest. "Sister Han, what nonsense are you saying? I told you to focus on cultivating spells, so why did you run here?" Yi Feian was frightened and turned her head. She saw Yi Fei Shuang standing outside of the bamboo forest with a cold expression, her face flushed red. She seemed to be furious, but she didn't dare to look at Samurai in the eye, forcing herself to say coldly, "Why haven't you left? Didn't you say that it is dangerous to harvest jade lake stones? And if you aren't careful, you will lose your life? Don't come here in the future." Yi Feian giggled, not bothering about her sister's words. She carried a grilled fish and ran over, moving close to Yi Fei Shuang's lips. "Sister, have a taste." Brother Shou is not only a good person, but his grilling skills are comparable to Mother's. Yi Fei Shuang frowned. Seeing that the fish was forced to her mouth, she unwillingly opened her lips and bit it. Her eyes lit up as she looked at Zhongsho with a weird expression, following which she scoffed coldly, tilting her head to the side. "Sister, don't forget that we don't know if Mother is dead or alive. If something happens to her, what should we do in the future? If Uncle doesn't succeed this time, we will have to rely on ourselves to take revenge for Mother. Sister, how can you be so lazy? If you still have the slightest bit of ambition, you should be 10 times more furious than before." Yi Fei Shuang's voice suddenly paused, her eyes fixed on a bag beside the pond. Her brows furrowed. "I know that in the human race, some people are proud and don't like to accept charity from others. However, having a backbone is a good thing. But for trash like you who doesn't cultivate, what right do you have to be arrogant? Harvesting stones is dangerous, so why don't you think about your family? If anything happens, do you know that your family will be sad for you? After scolding the two of them, Yi Fei Shuang left with a cold expression on her face. Yi Fei's eyes were filled with tears, and she tried her best not to let them fall. Looking at Yi Fei Shuang's back view and then at the fish, after hesitating for a moment, she picked up 3 more blood flame fish and chased after them. Zhongshou laughed, not bothering at all as he looked at the fire. This Yi Feian still had some conscience and didn't take all the fish away. He swallowed them all into his stomach in a few mouthfuls. Zhongshou went to take the fish blood that was placed at the side. Due to the medicinal powder, the fish blood hadn't solidified, and a strong, fishy smell instantly assaulted his nostrils. Zhongshou frowned slightly, but he gritted his teeth and swallowed all. Although the fish blood was fishy, it was delicious when it entered his mouth. The moment it entered his stomach, he felt his entire body suddenly become unbearably hot. He wished he could tear his clothes apart. Zhongshou took off his outer clothes once more, jumping into the black pond. Only then did he feel slightly comfortable. Chapter 162. Once again diving into the deep water. Even if he was surrounded by ice-cold water, Zhongshou still felt unbearably hot. Without needing to punch, the pores on his skin excreted sweat. It was a jet-black color, as thick as ink. This was the effect of the blood flame fish, to remove the impurities in one's body and strengthen one's body. The blood of 600 kilograms of blood flame fish was comparable to a grade 2 spiritual pill, or even better. However, when Zhongshou stood on the stone platform, he didn't train. Instead, he held the grade 2 lightning tooth sword and waved it around in the water. The chaotic splitting wind fist only needed to be slightly modified, and it would become a set of chaotic splitting wind sword technique. Similarly, it caused the water to ripple and the currents to surge. A giant whirlpool slowly formed under the water. He didn't care about the consequences, causing it to become bigger and bigger, several times bigger than when he was training. Zhongshou didn't stand at the center of the whirlpool like a fool. Instead, he held the lightning tooth sword in his hand and walked around in the whirlpool. He actually started to train his movement techniques and sword techniques within the whirlpool. The footwork was really normal, just the most basic ones. However, when he used them, there were thousands of changes. He accurately dodged the currents. Sword techniques were the same. At this moment, Zhongshou wasn't restricted by those basic sword attacks. During those 13 years, all the sword techniques in Zhongshou's memory, as well as the exquisite sword techniques he had seen on the way from Gantian Mountain, were all used by him one by one. Every stab of the sword was executed by a hair's breadth, meeting the attack head-on, or completely shattering the most tyrannical and shocking undercurrent, or causing the whirlpool to become more and more chaotic and vast. Gradually, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the vicinity began to swirl around him along with his sword. In his last life, his unparalleled speed and precision, the sword that was good at fighting between life and death, was trained through such a method. Not only was his sword technique invincible, but his movement techniques were also among the top few people in the world before he reached the Ascended Realm. 30 minutes later, Zhongshou couldn't take it anymore. The sword in his hand slowed down slightly, causing the violent whirlpool to slow down. Zhongshou raised his eyebrows slightly. My body chakra stage world shocking spiritual art is almost complete. There were many flaws that needed to be perfected in the future. However, even though this chi cultivation technique is complete, there is no matching heart cultivation technique, sword incantation, and all sorts of matching fighting techniques. This is really annoying. Zhongshou felt a headache coming on. There were more than 1,000 swordsmanship and cultivation methods in his head. However, no matter what kind of method it was somewhat unsatisfactory to use it to activate this spiral force. When he used the exquisite sword techniques in his memory, there were always some obscure and difficult parts. After all, not every sword technique was like the Styx River Death Sword, which could perfectly fuse with any cultivation technique or chi cultivation technique. Thinking of this, Zhongshou could not help but sigh in his heart. He knew that he would probably have to put in more effort, since he had already created this world-shocking spiritual art. then the matching heart cultivation technique and sword incantation naturally couldn't be lacking. With that thought in mind, Zhongsho's sword technique changed once more. It was even slower, and his main focus changed from training the sword to practicing. His brain was spinning at high speed, thinking about how to structure a brand new sword technique. Unknowingly, he was totally focused. In the next few days, Zhongsho's whereabouts were fixed. Every morning, he would rush to the Black Pond. Every day, he would train his fist twice and sword once. Each time, he would train for 4 hours. Only at midnight did he return to the shore of the lake to rest. However, on the 4th day, Yi Fan, who had left with her sister, appeared in front of him once more. However, this time, there was Yi Feishuang beside her. The former was trying to get on his good side, while the latter's face was flushed red. She hesitated for a long while before saying with a stiff face, "Can we ask little brother to prepare some food for us every day? Anything is fine." After saying that, she was afraid that Zhongsho wouldn't agree. She placed a grade 3 mind stone in front of Zhongsho, and her voice became louder, as if it was a matter of course. "I will give you a reward, and you will cook for us, 1 for 1 meal. I know that this mind stone is very expensive in your city." Who knows if it was a coincidence, but when the mind stone was placed down, Yi Feishuang's stomach started to growl. Yi Fan also had a tearful face, her hands clasped together as she begged, "Little brother Shou, sister and I haven't eaten in 2 days. Little brother Shou, you are a good person. You will definitely help us, right? Sister and I are so useless. The food we make can't be eaten. We are about to starve to death." Yi Feishuang was even more embarrassed, and she didn't dare to look at Zhongsho in the eye. Zhongsho's face was really weird. Be it his identity as the Gantian Mountain Prince or the Sword Emperor Tan Xiu in the last life, he didn't need to be a chef for others, right? Thinking about it carefully, Zhongsho sighed. Since he had nothing to do, it would be good to hook up with these 2 sisters when he was free. Thus, he kept the grade 3 mind stone in his sleeves with a clear conscience. Before this, he wasn't willing to accept the bag of mind stones, but this one, he had a clear conscience. In a last life, if other people wanted to invite him, a Sword Emperor level master who was close to the peak of cooking, to show off his cooking skills, he would have to pay at least a grade 3 mind stone. The appearance fee was at least 1 7th grade spirit stone, and the price of the ingredients needed to be calculated separately. Accepting such a small grade 3 mind stone was already a bargain for these 2 sisters. Seeing Yi Feishuang's tight expression relax, Zhongsho smiled. Zhongsho couldn't help but laugh, and he started to light up the fire once more. The ingredients were all captured by the 2 sisters, and Zhongsho was only in charge of handling them. Unfortunately, he didn't have any other tools on him, and could only barbecue. However, he was pleasantly surprised by the ingredients that the 2 sisters had brought. It wasn't just fish. Who knew where they caught 2 golden blood pythons from? This made Zhongsho's eyes light up. They had other flavors. At least during this period of time, he wouldn't be choked to death by the smell of fish. The following days were still the same. However, every afternoon or evening, there would be 2 more girls who would come over to eat and drink. They weren't really there to eat, but they counted the money. Occasionally, when Yi Feishuang felt really satisfied, she would happily tip him 3 to 5 mind stones. They were all grade 3, extremely pure and exquisite. However, this Yi Feishuang seemed to be really thrifty. Every time, she would hesitate, afraid that she would give too much. This made Zhongsho laugh so hard that his stomach hurt. Yi Feishuang was cold and arrogant, and she thought that she was smart. She seemed to be wary of Zhongsho. As the elder sister, she took good care of her younger sister. Yi Fan's personality was really pure, and her words were direct. She wasn't scheming at all, and she didn't hide anything. With these 2 girls accompanying him and occasionally chatting, Zhongsho actually didn't feel bored while cultivating. In his heart, he was filled with emotions. In the past, when he was tired from cultivating, he could only chat with girls on the internet to relieve his boredom. How could he be like now, with 2 extremely beautiful and alluring sisters by his side, making him feel so refreshed? His mood was good, and even his daily cultivation progress seemed to have become much faster. In just a short 20 days, he had opened up all his outer chakra meridian acupoints. When all 480 acupoints in his body were opened up and he reached the peak, the vast energy within Zong Shou's meridians instantly surged. They spontaneously rushed towards the two earth gates beneath their feet. However, just as it charged halfway, it was forcefully suppressed by Zong Shou. He knew that at this moment, his 20-odd days of body tempering had caused the meridians in his body to become much tougher and wider. Along with his dual meridian body, the amount of true qi he could store was 3 times that of normal peak 9 meridian mythic masters. However, he was still far from opening the earth gates. Even if he tried now, it would be useless. He remembered that in his last life, he had accumulated 5 times that of normal people. Along with the Styx death sword intent that he comprehended, as well as a soft barrier pill, he was able to forcefully break through the barriers from heaven. At this moment, he was not far from that stage. Now that he was suppressing it, he was prepared to break it open in one go and not lose his sharpness. At this moment, Zong Shou's skin was slowly solidifying, forming a layer of hard skin that stuck to his body. He was using it to resist the strong water pressure and the ripping force of the centrifugal force. His organs, bones, and tendons were all extremely tough. Even if he stood in the whirlpool and took it head-on, he would be unharmed. However, at this moment, Zong Shou increased the speed of the chaotic cape fist technique, causing the speed of the whirlpool to double. After that, every 10 days, it would increase by several times. In a short 60-odd days, the hard skin started to fall off once more. The skin that was revealed looked young and tender, no different from that of a normal 14-year-old kid. However, at this moment, Zong Shou casually punched out, and the water below would shake. Now that I don't use external strength, my fist can reach 25,000 kilograms. It is not much different from someone who just entered Xiantian. With this speed, in just a few days, I could try to break through the barriers from heaven. His heart filled with joy. Zong Shou's fist speed became even faster. Not only the water, but even the spiritual energy started to form a storm. The entire bottom of the water was filled with caves and rocks. Numerous pieces of stone fell down. At this moment, if one looked from outside of the pool, one could see that 2,000 feet below the surface of the pool, a giant whirlpool was forming. At the end of his training, Zong Shou was too lazy to bother about the chaos below, directly jumping out of the pool. He opened his hand, and a ball of fire and water suddenly appeared in his palm. Samurai couldn't help but feel even more satisfied. Although the 10 over-meridian spirit pills didn't cause his meridians to completely turn into a spiral shape, he could at least use half of his strength. This meant that he was able to use close to 60% of his strength, which was close to 20% of a normal person's strength. In terms of stamina, it also increased by a lot. At least it wasn't like before, where he needed to pant after walking a few steps. Now, he would only pant after walking tens of steps. Although it was still very weak, there was a difference in quality. I already have an idea of the sword technique that is to be used together with it. With the heaven whirlpool energy as a precedent, it will be easy. However, once I break through the Xiantian barriers, I will need to merge the earth veins into my body. Chu Shui is close to cultivating the first meridian of the earth chakra level. Speaking of which, it is time for me to prepare to gather suitable earth veins. Chapter 163. Merging the earth veins into the body was different from the spiritual veins in the external pill. All external pills were made of either metal or stone. Even if they were broken, it was okay. To pursue strength, naturally the purer the better. To merge the earth veins into the 9 meridians of the bodily chakra, one needed to have the 5 elements and couldn't cause the 5 elements to be out of balance. One could only focus on 1 or 2 elements due to different cultivation methods, which was why although there were endless spiritual veins in the world, there were very few suitable for Xiantian cultivators. In the future, Not only did spiritual energy weaken, even spiritual veins suitable for martial cultivation were rare. Who knows who invented a spirit mixing technique that could adjust the source of spiritual energy in the spiritual veins, which solved the problem of Sciention cultivators. However, this technique was really harsh. Moreover, the spiritual veins after being adjusted were far from natural ones, which was why Zhongsho wasn't prepared to use it. Even if he didn't use the spirit mixing technique, he had his own secret techniques in terms of searching for spiritual veins. There were a few other methods to strengthen earth veins that didn't exist in this era. Zhongsho was eager to try them out. These few methods weren't of much help, at most increasing strength by 10 to 20%. However, the so-called martial path experts relied on such accumulations to slowly surpass others. Sometimes, a small difference in strength could decide the life and death of a battle. How annoying, with those two following behind. It is really inconvenient for me to do anything. Now that I am at the nest of the chill serpent, they shouldn't follow me, right? Although the chill serpent hadn't successfully transformed into a dragon, in terms of grade, it was half a step into the celestial realm. Moreover, it was the type of dual cultivator which was the hardest to fight. Experts of this realm all had a strong connection with one another. Moreover, it was currently sleeping and accumulating energy, which was a sensitive time. If Yin Fan and Shui Lingbo got close, and there was a misunderstanding, it might be the first spiritual grandmaster level battle since the Cloud Desolate era. However, with Taiyuan Fairy's personality, she might not even bother about all this. Luckily, I got that thing when I killed Mingjue, so this matter isn't hard to solve. That's right, there's also the soul cultivation technique. That's the most pressing issue. Just a month ago, Zhongsho had condensed the fire talisman. In his sea of soul, he had finally gathered 3 genuine talismans and reached the out-of-aperture realm. Regardless of whether it was the strength of his soul power or the purity of his soul consciousness, no matter how one looked at it, he could already be considered a true knight roaming realm's spirit master. His progress could be said to be godly, surpassing his own martial arts by more than one level. It was a gap of 2 completely different realms. However, Zhongsho also knew in his heart that it would not be so easy to increase his spirit master cultivation in the future. He was able to form the lightning and water talismans so quickly. This was because his body had the origin marks of the lightning wand and the 7-tailed sky fox. The other fire true talisman also came from the other half of his bloodline. Although the other half of his bloodline was still dormant, it was of great help to him. Compared to the lightning and water talismans, it only took 1.5 months more. After which, even if he was a talisman grandmaster and knew the profoundness of the god talismans, it would be tough for him to continue at such a high speed. For example, in the month after the fire true talisman was formed, he went all out and was only able to form 9 true talismans. Who knows how long it would take to form the next one? At this time, he felt more and more how important the soul cultivation technique was. Sitting beside the shore, Zhongsho was in deep thought. Only when he heard a rustling sound did he come back to his senses. Turning his head and looking out, as expected, it was Yi Feishuang and Yi Fan. In their hands, they each carried some ingredients. Not only the aquatic products in the lake, but there were also beasts on land as well as some wild vegetables. They were all tied together with vines. Samurai's gaze stopped on the 100-kilogram fish in Yi Fan's left hand, laughing. Why is it blood flame fish again? Little Sister Han, do you like to eat it so much? Call me Sister Han. Yi Fan scoffed, pouting. I don't like it either, I'm sick of it. However, Sister Shuang said that Zhongsho, you have to go into the water every day and your body is infected by the cold energy. You need to eat the blood of this blood flame fish to warm up your body. Not only can it chase away the cold, but it can also strengthen your body. Zhongsho was shocked, looking closely at Yi Feishuang, only to see that her expression was as cold as usual. Only her eyes were slightly off. He couldn't help but find it amusing. These 2 sisters had been with him for 3 months. Did they still think that he was some kind of stone miner? During these few months, when did they see him pick such a stone? Shaking his head, Zhongshou laughed. So you are sick of eating this fish? Okay, let's eat something fresh today. Let's eat some stone plate barbecue. Yi Fan was instantly energized, a look of anticipation appearing on her face. Zhongshou first raised up a fire, following which he placed a clean flat stone plate on the fire. After roasting it until it was hot, he placed a thin slice of fish on it. Not long later, the aroma spread out. Yi Fan didn't wait for the meat to be cooked before she placed one in her mouth, her eyes shining. Delicious. Oh, it tastes different from barbecued fish. Yi Feishuang's appetite was also roused, picking up a slice and eating it. Her eyes were filled with praise, but she didn't say anything. Zhongshou was also eating happily, and he started to talk nonsense. While eating, he bragged and talked nonsense, making Yi Fan feel surprised. Brother Shou, you didn't lie to me? Is this world really a tenth of the size of our Donglin cloud world? Yi Fan's eyes were filled with shock. Her gaze towards Zhongshou slowly filled with worship. Brother Shou, you really know a lot. In the future, I will definitely go and take a look. Such a big ship should be able to fit many people, right? Zhongshou acknowledged, only feeling that his bones were much lighter. This is just the small ones. The biggest ship is comparable to the entire cloud world. There is a woman land built on the ship. Woman land? Yi Fan was curious, her eyes filled with curiosity. Are they really all women in that country? Zhongshou nodded his head, sighing. It is said that they don't need men to give birth. Moreover, they are all as beautiful as flowers, like fairies descending from the heavens. Unfortunately, they can only mate with women. What a waste of resources. Yi Fan's eyes lit up, the yearning in her eyes getting thicker and thicker. She didn't really understand what he meant by waste of resources. Yi Feishuang's face was cold, but her ears couldn't help but prick up like she was listening. Only when she saw Zhongshou looking over with a smile did she turn her head. I am just bragging. I know about this world, but I have never heard any rumors about a woman land. A giant ship can compare to the cloud world. What a fantasy! Zhongshou couldn't help but grin. Although his words were a little exaggerated, they were all true. He was like a frog at the bottom of a well who didn't know how vast the world was. Following which Yi Fan opened her mouth. Sister, that giant ship might not be real. Wasn't there a big ship among the things that Mother gave us? I heard that when one opens it after reaching the Day Wandering Realm, it is 300,000 feet wide. Before she finished, Yi Feishuang had already revealed an annoyed expression. Shut up. How can you casually say such words in front of others? Brother Shou isn't an outsider. Why can't I say it? Yi Fan pouted unhappily, but she didn't continue speaking. She revealed a sad expression. Brother Shou, I will be leaving in a few days. Sister said that we can't stay here for long. Uncle might not be able to help us now. Those few bad people might have already found their way here, so we can only stay here for a few more days. Zhongshou was thinking about what grade of treasure ship it was to actually be 300,000 feet wide when it was opened up. What was the identity of the mother of the two sisters to be so terrifying? When he heard that, he smiled once more. What bad people? Do you want me to help you kill them? A purple glow flashed in his eyes. His lips curled up, revealing an evil intent. He had recently changed out of the Black Wave sword and had switched to the Grade 2 Lightning Tooth sword. He lacked people to sacrifice to the sword. Yi Fan's expression was obviously startled. Yi Feishuang directly scolded. Even if you joke, there should be a limit. To you, Zhongshou, naturally it has nothing to do with you. But to us sisters, it concerns life and death. Do you think it is funny to say such words? The few people chasing us are all Xiantian masters. With one finger, they can crush an ant like you. They aren't food that you can casually slaughter. After saying that, she suddenly stood up. Also, you need to pay attention to yourself. Those few people don't even blink when they kill. Who knows, they might drag you down. In these few days, it is best if you leave this place and don't come back. I am full. Seeing Yi Feishuang leave after saying that, Yi Fan's face was filled with helplessness. She smiled embarrassedly at Zhong Shou and chased after them once more. Zhong Shou didn't care, smiling as he looked on as the two girls disappeared from his field of vision. Xiantian masters? He had thought that the person who was chasing after the two sisters would be even stronger than them. Then he sighed. The ancient said that treasures were a sin. It really made sense. At this moment, even he couldn't help but be tempted. It wasn't that he really wanted to kill them to steal their treasures, as he couldn't do that. He just wanted to see what the 300,000 feet ship looked like. Such a treasure ship might be able to break open the world barrier and enter another world. He looked around and was filled with emotions. Unknowingly, another 3 months had passed. Speaking of which, he only had a few days left here. Who knows what the situation at Gantian Mountain was like? How was Xianyuan Irin, that little girl, doing in Cloud Saint City? During these few days, he actually missed her a little. Laughing, Zhong Shou stood up once more. He couldn't wait to sink into the pond once more. At this moment, trying his best to break through to Xiantian was the most important thing. He could already feel that the dragon-like energy in his body was getting harder and harder to suppress. The two earth gates under his feet were showing signs of loosening. At most in 6 days, he could try to break through to Xiantian. Chapter 164. Although Xian Mountain City was called a mountain city, it was built on flat land. On the left was a river, on the right was a majestic mountain. There were tens of thousands of miles of fertile land. The terrain was like that of a dragon and a tiger. 50 miles around the city were 400 feet high walls, 32 feet thick, for carriages could pass side by side. They were all made up of astral stone and supported by spiritual formations. Looking out from tens of miles away, one could feel a vast and majestic aura surging over, like it was impregnable. Xianyuan Irin was standing on a 9-story building, leaning on the railing and looking out towards the city walls. However, what she was looking at wasn't the high walls, but the further southeast side. She hated that the wall was too high, blocking her line of sight such that she couldn't see further. It has already been 3 months, and you still aren't willing to change your mind? 40 feet away from the wooden railing, there was a 40-year-old lady with tens of female attendants following behind her. At this moment, her face was filled with rage. You should be clear about what kind of person that Zhong Shou is. A dual meridian body trash who can't cultivate. Is he worth you doing this? Irin, you're going to ruin your life. Xianyuan Irin didn't reply, her lips curling up. Naturally, she was the clearest about what kind of person Zhong Shou was. If it wasn't for her rushing to Cloud Saint City a few months ago, she would have thought that he couldn't cultivate and she would have been kept in the dark by him. A few days ago, when she heard her mother say those words, she had the heart to argue with her. Only when she thought about what Hu Qinxiu said did she bear with it. Recently, she was too lazy to even raise such a thought. She roughly understood Zhong Shou's thoughts at that time. Such a person naturally had the pride of an expert. He didn't bother to argue and wasn't willing to prove anything. He did what he wanted, so why would he care about what other people thought? During this month of time, that person looked at her like he was looking at a joke. How annoying. However, the most delightful thing about this trip east wasn't the strong sword path of that person, nor was it the out-of-body realm spirit master cultivation. Instead, it was his personality that made people happy. It's all your father's fault. He has led you astray. He always talks about benevolence and righteousness, and set up this damned engagement. What kind of bullshit benevolence and righteousness is this? Can it be eaten? The middle-aged lady's demeanor was elegant, cold, and dignified, but the words she spoke were incomparably vulgar, with a hint of disappointment. However, when he saw that Xianyuan Irin didn't care about him at all, looking into the distance in a daze. But for some reason, he felt a little guilty. Was she really persevering for her own morals? No matter how he looked at it, she looked like a little girl who was thinking of a man. Rolling her eyes, the middle-aged lady's tone changed again. Didn't you always say that if you want to marry someone, you should marry a hero? What kind of hero was that mysterious cloud spirit sect Han Nishui? If you marry him, you will be a perfect match. What is so good about that Zhong Shou? Is it worth it for you to be like this? One was in the sky, while the other was on the ground. One is a bright and flawless white jade. The other is mud stepped on by others. Irin, you would rather be dragged into the mud by him than be protected by others? How did I, Lysina, raise such a dumb daughter? Xianyuan Irin smiled and didn't say anything. In terms of a hero, maybe he couldn't be considered one. However, in terms of sword techniques, who knows how many people of the same generation could compete with him? She couldn't help but think back to 3 months ago, that sword that was so sharp that even Hu Qianxiu didn't dare to take it head-on. Her heart started to move, and her heartbeat quickened. However, she didn't feel shy. In this world, which girl didn't think about love? She did think about him, so there was nothing bad about that. The middle-aged lady was slightly shocked, and she was furious. She stomped her feet. My little Irin, even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for your family. That whirlpool in Gantian Mountain, once you're sucked in, even your father will be smashed to pieces. Do you know that if you marry Han Nishui, our Xian Mountain City will have the support of mysterious Cloud Spirit Sect and Pill Fountain Sect? Even if your father takes down Gantian Mountain, it wouldn't be a problem. This is also for your life. Your senior brother said that the chances of you dying halfway with the mysterious moon with Brilliance method are too high, and we need the help of mysterious Cloud Spirit Sect spiritual pills. If anything happens to you, what should I do? Daughter, you always talk about righteousness and benevolence, but do you know filial piety is within it? Only then did Xianyuan Irin's expression change slightly. She turned around. Mother, if father heard your words, he wouldn't be happy. With father's personality, he definitely wouldn't rely on his daughter to build up his empire. You don't need to worry about my cultivation method. I have my own ways to solve it. Recently, I have some ideas. As for filial piety, in my eyes, not letting my parents walk further and further down the wrong path is the true filial piety. On the contrary, mother, your body is fine, but you want to act sick to trick me back. Is there a point? Also, that Gantian Mountain City definitely belongs to Zhongshu. He doesn't need father's help, and he doesn't need to rely on external help. As for my fiancé, he's not someone who can be trampled on like mud. Mother, I'm unhappy that you said that about him. I want to say that. He is mud. Trash. Scum. An idiot who is about to die. Trash. You brat. You really want to go against the heavens. The middle-aged woman suddenly scolded out, venting her anger. Although Xianyuan Irin's brows were slightly furrowed, she was really casual as she looked into the distance. She couldn't help but feel furious, like she had punched the air, making her feel stuffy. Following which she took in a deep breath, forcing her emotions to calm down. She laughed coldly. That Gantian Mountain City definitely belongs to Zhongshu. I think you are bewitched. Does that Gantian Mountain Prince have any ability at all? After losing his position as the Prince and Monster King, he is nothing. If he isn't mud, then what is he? Xianyuan Irin shook her head, too lazy to speak anymore. At the start, they set a 5-month date for Zhongshu to personally come to Xian Mountain City to meet her father. Speaking of which, there weren't many days left. Regarding her marriage, her mother didn't have the final say. Her senior brother also didn't have the final say. Only her father could decide. The middle-aged woman couldn't help but feel helpless, scoffing coldly. I am too lazy to persuade you. Your marriage with that Zhongshu, even if your father agrees, I won't agree. You'd better stay here for the next few months. Unless you think it through, you are not allowed to go out. After saying this, the middle-aged woman waved her sleeves and left in a huff. The maidservants behind her hurriedly followed. In the blink of an eye, only the two of them were left on the 9-story building. Xianyuan Irin heaved a sigh of relief, helplessness flashing across her eyes. When she turned around, her expression was ice-cold, like it could freeze one. She looked emotionlessly at Li Yunyang, who was standing behind her. What are you still doing here? Aren't you going to follow my mother? Li Yunyang's body trembled, 2 streams of tears dripping down from her eyes. Little miss, why don't you listen to your mother? Although that Zhongshu is talented, that Han Nishui might not be weaker than him. He also has the mysterious Cloud Spirit Sect to rely on. Little Miss's cultivation method has problems, and you need that mysterious, chill ancient pill. Xianyuan Irin broke out into a laugh. Didn't I tell you before that even if I fall, I won't do anything against my heart? At this moment, I won't. Also, don't call me Little Miss anymore. There is no relationship between you and me. Li Yunyang's breathing stopped, her expression filled with sadness. Xianyuan Irin shifted her gaze. I am only curious. Zhongshu killing Li Yaling and defeating Hu Qinxiu. Why aren't you willing to tell anyone about it? I know that he has worries and doesn't want to make it too public. What is the reason for you? It isn't that I'm not willing. Li Yunyang raised her head and bit her lips. I don't dare to say it. Don't dare to say it? Xianyuan Irin was startled, following which her eyes lit up. You don't want my father to know and change his mind? I understand. Li Yunyang's face was ashen white. She didn't agree or deny it. How is it as simple as Little Miss said? The reason why she didn't dare to say it was because of another reason. Even till now, she still didn't understand what was going on around her. Who was the person who could threaten her life and make her keep her mouth shut? North of the Water Fairy Lake, roughly 2,000 miles away, within an unknown canyon. Two silhouettes were sitting on top of a mountain peak 100 miles away, looking rather disheveled. Yinfan's shoulder was totally dyed red. The front of Xianyuan Irin's body also had several light sword wounds. At this moment, the valley that was less than 100 miles wide was destroyed beyond recognition. Countless sword scars and countless holes were scattered all over the place. The strong force from before had crushed and killed all the living beings in the area. Yin Fan looked at his wound and casually waved his hand, causing a streak of sword energy to spread out. His muscles trembled and the sword wound automatically healed. The water fairy soared to getting more and more cunning and ruthless each time. Slightly praising, Yin Fan's face faintly showed some regret. During these few days, I feel a little regretful, restricting 90% of my true strength and not being able to use the Pinnacle Mountain Sword. If this continues a few more times, I won't be your opponent. Shui Lingbo's brows rose up, a cold disdain apparent on her face. Didn't I also restrict 85% of my strength? I also didn't use my lightning technique. You have studied sword techniques for hundreds of years, and now you come to bully a junior like me. Aren't you embarrassed to say all this? If you aren't willing, then we can go all out and fight. Fighting with my hands and feet tied like this is so boring and unsatisfying. Yin Fan laughed and didn't dare to retort, only revealing a serious expression. Speaking of which, it has been close to 3 months. Today's Zhongshu should be close to the Xiantian level. Who knows what his current situation is like? Has he touched the barriers of heaven? This threshold isn't something that can be easily crossed. Chapter 165. Barriers from Heaven. Shui Lingbo's attention shifted slightly, her brows furrowed. This matter is indeed tough to deal with since the Cloud Desolate era. Since the Cloud era, only 5 people were able to break through the barriers from heaven, and they all relied on external strength. Apart from that, there's also the dual meridian body and broken soul, making it even more complicated and problematic. Luckily, Zhongshu has grasped sword intent, and it isn't impossible. My sect has a unique treasure, the counterfeit body pearl, which can be of help to him. How is your Wujue Villa prepared to deal with him? Body fake pearl? Yin Fan laughed, hearing the provocation in Shui Lingbo's words. He said expressionlessly, although our Wujue Villa isn't as rich as your Taiyuan sect, we can help you. In this aspect, we can help him, and the effect might be above that of the body fake pearl. Fairy, have you heard of something like a spirit vein? Seeing the 16-year-old girl's body tremble, he couldn't help but reveal shock in his eyes. Even with Yin Fan's upbringing, he couldn't help but feel delighted, lightly stroking his beard. Actually, I am more curious about what that Zhongshu is doing in the Water Fairy Lake. Every day, he goes to the center of the lake. Isn't he afraid that the chill serpent will eat him? Just based on that chill serpent, it dares? Shui Lingbo curled her lips in disdain. If you want to know, why don't you just go over and take a look? You don't dare to go over, so why are you dragging me here? A few days ago, I used the heaven-looking technique to see, and I only know that Zhongsho is in a black pond. However, in just a moment, that chill serpent blocked it. Actually, if we work together, why do we need to fear it? We can't go. Yin Fan shook his head, his expression solemn. He is accumulating strength to go through the tribulation and is at his most wary moment. If we go over, we can't avoid a huge battle. It isn't that Yin Fan is underestimating me, but that chill serpent is amazing. Half a step dragon body. Even if we work together, we won't be its opponent. Once the battle starts, it will affect thousands of miles of land. However, if you want to go your own way, I won't stop you. You can just go over. Anyways, Yin Fan, won't get involved in this mess. As expected, Shui Lingbo hesitated for a moment before she snorted and said, "If you don't want to go, then don't go. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Why did this Zhongsho have to go to the water fairy lake, of all places?" After complaining to Zhongsho for a while, Shui Lingbo stopped talking. His eyes wandered around, and no one knew what he was thinking. Yin Fan also sighed. If they continued to delay, they would be delaying Zhongsho's future. Regardless of whether it was a martial cultivator or a spirit master, cultivation was a race against time. Sometimes, if one was a moment slower, one could be delayed for a lifetime. The younger they were, the more chances they had to climb to the peak of the martial path and spiritual spells. Tidying up his emotions, Yin Fan looked at Lei Dong, who was not far away and holding his knife. He couldn't help but smile. "Why don't you feel bored now?" Lei Dong's thick eyebrows twitched as he unhappily collected his thoughts. "If you guys can continue fighting like this every day, I will not be bored for the rest of my life. However, in these 10 days, you guys have only fought once." Yin Fan laughed out loud, his eyes showing a weird expression. "Then I'll find something interesting for you. How about you help me do something? It could be considered as helping your sworn brother." Lei Dong scoffed and subconsciously wanted to reject. Following which, Yin Fan took out a book from his sleeves and waved it in front of his eyes. Lei Dong was startled and instantly turned into a flattering expression. He patted his chest and said proudly, "Look at what Uncle is saying. Lei Dong is your nephew, so it is natural for me to do things for you." When Yin Fan saw the situation, he laughed and didn't comment. Shui Lingbo looked on coldly. A blue talisman suddenly flashed in her eyes, her gaze crossing hundreds of miles of space. She looked near the water fairy lake. On a beach, two black figures were standing by the lake. One of them had a handsome appearance, but his entire body was hidden in a black robe. The other one had an extremely ugly appearance. Within the black pond, the originally calm water surface was spinning and stirring. Suddenly it was spinning forward. Suddenly it was spinning in the opposite direction. Its strength was also changing, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. It caused numerous waves and splashed all around. Zhongsho stood 2,000 feet below the water. Around him was a huge whirlpool that was crazily spinning. However, at this moment, no matter how fast his chaotic splitting wind fist was, no matter how strong it was unable to do anything. It was unable to make the whirlpool any faster. His body was at the center of the underwater storm and didn't feel much pressure. The centrifugal suction force was also unable to affect his body. His internal organs hadn't been trained to the point that they were like steel. His marrow, blood, bones, flesh, skin, and tendons were just a little stronger than a peak grade 3 beast. However, being in the whirlpool, he didn't feel anything at all. Zhongsho only trained for a short while and knew that it would be hard for him to improve. However, he still punched out with all his strength. The vast and hot fist energy passed through close to 30 feet of water and struck the stone wall opposite. In that direction, a large piece of green stone was smashed into pieces. The water within the pond also shook intensely, like it was about to collapse. Zhongsho didn't care, still standing on that giant stone. Closing his eyes, he silently felt the chakra in his body, as well as the changes in his limbs and bones. After that day, he purposely delayed for a few more days. 10 days of tough training caused the energy in his body to become even more vast and abundant. 23,000 kilograms of strength. I have reached the limit and can try for Xiantian. Although his strength was only trained to this amount, it was still a distance away from Xiantian. It was only twice that of a peak mythic master. However, his body quality was 5 times that of a normal martial master, or even stronger. Only because the amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy he could use was limited, which was why his strength couldn't explosively increase. He could feel that the energy in his chakra couldn't be suppressed anymore and was about to move. Zhongshu made a prompt decision. With a thought, he led the vast energy meridians down his leg. Out of the 480 body chakra acupoints, during these 3 months, he had opened up a total of 500 energy acupoints. Threads of true qi seeped out and entered his energy ocean. When the hundreds of energy meridians gathered together, it was like a tidal wave. Immediately, it surged like a surging wave and was difficult to control. It split into 2 and pierced towards his lower body. It was like a hot knife through butter. Only when it reached the 2 Earthgate acupoints was it blocked by an extremely thick barrier. If it was a normal person, this energy, which was several times that of a normal martial master, could easily crush them. However, at this moment, it was like it had hit a steel plate. After blocking it, it surged back. Barriers from heaven. Samuraim's eyes opened slightly, revealing a cold smile. In this life, the barrier of his Earthgate acupoints was only similar to the one in his last life. After accumulating for 3 months, how can it be stopped by such a small barrier? Using energy as a sword, break. In Zhongshu's body, all the true qi that surged to his legs turned into an extremely sharp, blurry, and hard to predict sword shape as it slashed down once more. It wasn't formed from the 18 cloud, shocking god, destroying sword intense spiritual seeds within his dantian. Instead, it was a sword that was as strong as a dragon, as nimble as water, as thick as a mountain, changing like the clouds. It was also overbearing, like it contained everything. In that instance, numerous small wounds appeared on Zhongshu's legs. The sword intent and sword energy that spread out caused his lower body to be covered in wounds. However, the 2 Earthgate acupoints that were blocked by 2 sword-shaped energies suddenly slashed into them. Originally, it couldn't be blocked, but when this sword attack was about to smash the last obstacle into pieces, near the 2 acupoints, threads of spiritual light seeped out, forming a talisman that blocked the sword energy from slashing out. Why is it this thing again? In the last life, it had it. Why did it change to this body in this life? Or is it because of this point-sealing talisman? Moreover, it is even more vicious. A lightning glow appeared in Samuraim's eyes. In the last life, he was poisoned by a talisman because of this. In this life, who knows which day wandering spirit master did this Zhongshu offend? To think that he wasn't arrogant or rash these few months and didn't do anything rash. Scoffing coldly, within Zhongshu's dantian, the 18 cloud shocking god destroying sword intense charged down and merged into the 2 sword energies. His sword could contain hundreds of schools and all living things. Just a cloud shocking god destroying sword could also merge into it. In the last life, since I wasn't stopped by this talisman. In this life, why would I be stopped by this talisman? Xiantian realm, open for me. The 2 sword attacks of the Earth Gate instantly swelled, shining with a sharp glow, causing numerous cracks to appear on the talisman, only to hear a sizzling sound as more blood seeped out from Zhongshu's calf. Zhongshu didn't care. His eyes were still calm and expressionless. In the next instance, there was a loud explosion. That layer of obstruction was finally broken open. 2 sword-shaped energies instantly pierced through the body and struck down. The first to suffer was the stone platform. It was sliced by the sword energy and directly shattered into pieces. It pierced 100 feet into the bottom of the lake, stirring up a bunch of sand and gravel that rolled about. The water of the lake boiled and surged once more. There wasn't a whirlpool, but on the surface of the water, there were already 200 feet high waves. The heaven and earth spiritual energy around this place was continuously shaking, spreading out for several miles. Time flowed. Who knows how much time had passed? Only then did the heaven and earth spiritual energy become thin. The Black Lake slowly calmed down. Zhongsho opened his eyes in the water, his body suddenly charging up and jumping out of the lake. At this moment, the feeling was totally different. The increase in spiritual senses, the feeling of touching the heaven and earth spiritual energy. It was far from the feeling of using the external pill to reach Xiantian. The vital energy in his body surged like he had endless strength. I have finally reached the Xiantian realm. Zhongsho took in a deep breath, suppressing the emotions in his heart. To a martial artist who chased after the peak of the martial path, the Xiantian realm was just the beginning. There was still a long way to go from the peak of the ascended realm that he had reached in his last life. Moreover, each step was difficult. 9 steps, each step required one to go all out. Chapter 166. Looking at the energy in my body, it is still quite stable. However, with my current body, it is no weaker than Xiantian. I just need to slightly warm up my external meridian, and I can try to merge with an earth vein. It seems like I still need to stay in this water fairy lake for a period of time. Zhongsho looked at Little Gold, who was wrapped around his arm, and smiled. This little fellow followed him underwater every day. While it was on his body, it was also being trained by the whirlpool. It had broken through to grade for a month earlier than him. Zhongsho retracted his spiritual sense from his body, and with a wave of his hand, he took the outer robe and put it on. If it was someone else, their lifespan would increase to 200, and their strength would increase by 10 times. They would definitely be overjoyed. However, he had already experienced this process in his last life. Now he was just repeating it. Although he was happy, he could control himself. He looked around and saw that it was already past noon. However, those 2 sisters were still nowhere to be seen. Weird, it is already lunchtime. Could it be that the 2 sisters had already left? That Yi Fan didn't say anything yesterday? Such a thought flashed across his mind, and Zhongsho couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. When it came to these 2 girls, although he was bored at first, he didn't really care about them. However, after talking to them for 3 months, it would be a lie if he said that he didn't have any feelings for them. However, he didn't care too much about it. Zhongsho sighed in his heart before packing up his belongings and walking towards the shore. Today, he had narrowly broken through to the Xiantian realm. He decided to give himself a day off and go back to find Schwerer so that they could celebrate together and relax. The path of martial arts should be a balance between work and rest. A balance between work and rest. If the string was too tight, it would break sooner or later. Due to the injuries on his legs, he was unable to walk. Luckily, he had the lightning traveling spirit bone, and like a wooden man, he walked to the shore. Just as he jumped onto the wooden raft, Zhongsho had an idea and looked toward the south. As a gentle breeze blew past, he could faintly hear the sound of something clanking beside his ear. That's strange. The situation over there doesn't seem right. Why did it seem like someone was fighting over there? Was it this direction where Fan and Feishuang lived? Could it be that they haven't left yet? In the past few months, Zhongsho had not taken the initiative to ask. However, he knew the situation of Yi Fan and Yi Feishuang like the back of his hand. He knew that these 2 girls were temporarily resting on a small island around 30 miles away from the Black Pool. Every day, he had to row for about a quarter of an hour to reach his place. Zhongsho hesitated as he looked at the raft under his feet. If they continued to head south, they would truly step into the Frost Dragon's perimeter. If they were unlucky, they might even die. Actually, the life and death of the Yi sisters had nothing to do with him. Perhaps at this time, they were just practicing with weapons and were addicted to it. A wisp of true energy pushed the wooden raft forward. After traveling a few hundred feet, Zhongsho sighed. He shook his head as he changed the direction of the wooden raft and suddenly increased its speed. Zhongsho, you really like to be a busybody. There's so many things in the world. Can you even care about them all? Why can't you remember? You need to take this as a warning. Although he was cursing himself, Samuraim's eyes were filled with excitement. Since he broke through the Earth Gate and entered Xiantian, in his heart, he had an unsuppressible desire to find an opponent to test his sword. Even if it was just a random person, he would just trample on them. Although he said that he was reflecting, his eyes didn't show much of it. The thought of heading over to take a look at the situation came from his heart. It was his heart's wish, and there was no need to go against it. When he used all his true energy, water spurted out from the back of the wooden raft, and its speed increased. After traveling for about 20 miles, they saw that the surface of the water was covered with ice shards and chunks. The temperature had also reached the freezing point. Another mile, and the wooden raft couldn't enter. There were thick pieces of floating ice everywhere. There seemed to be an icy blue mist in the water, which was constantly surging and rolling. If Zhongsho didn't guess wrongly, it was definitely the cold poison that the chill serpent had spread outside its body. Of all the places in the Water Fairy Lake, why do they choose to stay here? Aren't they afraid of an accident? This place where no plants grow. Even if they don't freeze to death, they will be poisoned to death. No wonder the two sisters would run so far to the black water pool to bathe. Abandoning the wooden raft, Zhongsho used the lightning traveling spirit bone to jump onto the shore and fly deep into the lake. To say that this place didn't have any plants was a little too much. Naturally, there weren't any living things on the floating ice. However, there were many trees on this island. However, when Zhongsho took a look, his brows furrowed. This place either had plants that could only grow in extremely cold places, or they were poisonous. A few of them could even kill a normal person if they touched them. Even the few beasts that he occasionally saw were all like that, with their bodies filled with poison. The Yi sisters were actually able to live well in this place. It was truly strange. It wasn't easy for him to pass through the poisonous wood. He saw the two familiar figures being surrounded by a few people in the middle of a snowy land. Their faces were green and white. However, the protective items on their bodies were really strong. The two of them sat opposite each other, a Magatama-shaped jade plate floating in their palms, spinning around like a Taiji diagram. A strong repulsive force spread out in all directions. Yifei Shuang was still calm, biting her lips, her eyes looking around like she was searching for a way out. Yi Fei's face was devoid of blood. It was obvious that she was in despair. Her beautiful eyes shone with the determination to die. Zhongsho had roughly expected the situation of the two of them. However, he was a little shocked. Looking at the jade inscriptions in front of the two of them, he turned around and sized up the surroundings. There were a total of 3 people. One of them was a 40-year-old woman holding a red whip. One of them was about 50 years old. His head was bald except for a few strands of hair that swayed in the wind. His face was cold and solemn. His right arm was broken at the shoulder with an iron hook embedded in it. As expected, the two of them were Xiantian. Their aura was only weaker than Zhong Yuan's, similar to Miss Sword Xiejun and Rage Sword Yintao. The last person was a scholarly middle-aged man, dressed like a spirit master. He smiled as he looked at the two of them, his eyes burning. He didn't have any perverted thoughts, just looking at the two of them. Kiki, as expected from your mother, who has so many treasures. Her spiritual cultivation has only reached the spirit cultivation realm, and she was actually able to give you a grade 6 spiritual artifact to protect yourselves. However, today I want to see how long the two of you can last with that little bit of soul power. The person who spoke was the woman. A long whip actually stretched out 400 feet. In midair, it wrapped around the 20 feet space around the two of them, making several rounds. It was as if a giant snake was coiling around its own body and constantly tightening, trying to crush the repulsive force of the yin and yang against the jade slit ring. However, when this woman was halfway through her words, she heard a cracking sound spread into her ear. Her expression changed as she looked behind her. Then, he saw Zhongsho's movements were really stiff as he walked out of a poisonous forest. Walking in the snow, one step would leave a deep hole. He slowly got closer from 1,000 feet away. The middle-aged woman was originally shocked. She found it weird that someone would come here. A moment later, her expression relaxed, showing a cold smile. Where did this wild kid come from? Do you have anything to do with these two girls? You look really handsome, but unfortunately you don't cultivate and have any internal energy. You can be considered an idiot with a golden exterior. Suddenly her expression changed. Looking at the two sisters with a smile that didn't look like a smile, I heard that although your mother didn't have 3,000 men, in these 1,000 years, she did have many guests. Do you sisters like that too? 2 women and 1 husband. This kid really has luck with women. When Zhongsho heard that, he couldn't help but look at his body with a weird expression. Till date, he had only digested 20% of the lightning phoenix essence. Naturally, the ceiling's spiritual formation that he carved on his body hadn't disappeared. This was why, although he had reached Xiantian, he still didn't reveal any aura outside. Naturally, it was good that he didn't reveal anything. However, no matter where he went, he was seen as a random passerby. This feeling wasn't good. The Yi family sisters also looked over at this moment. When they heard the woman's words, they were so furious that their bodies trembled. Yi Fan didn't bother to argue with her, anxiously shouting towards Zhongsho, "Why did you come here? These few people are bad people and will kill you. Why aren't you running? No, come in here." Yi Fei Shuang didn't say a word. The last bit of hope in her eyes had disappeared. Zhongsho smiled bitterly to himself. This brat really didn't know anything about the world. If she said that, wouldn't she be telling the 3 of them that he had a close relationship with them? As expected, the middle-aged woman was delighted, giving a look to her partner. The hook-armed man instantly understood, his body flashing as he appeared behind Zhongsho, blocking his path. Although he didn't attack, his face was filled with a cold and vicious expression. Yi Fei Shuang's face instantly turned ashen white. "Aunt Hai, if you attack here, aren't you afraid that my uncle will rush over? Do you really want to die? Your uncle? Scoff. If he can rush over, then I will accept my fate. Do you really think I don't know his current situation? He won't be able to come, right? Today is his last chance. If he misses it, he can only wait for death." The middle-aged woman laughed coldly, viciously looking at Yi Fei Shuang's waist. "Even if he wants to settle scores with us in the future, I am not afraid. At most, we will hide far away. To be able to obtain your mother's treasures, even if I die, I am willing. Kiki, who knows, maybe we will have a chance to enter the Ascended Realm. At that time, what is there to fear? I should kill that kid." The hook-armed man instantly understood, his eyes filled with killing intent. Just as he was about to wave his hook, a clear shout spread out from the front. "You are not allowed to kill him. Forget it, I will come out myself. Aren't the 3 of you just things by my side? Don't drag him into our matters." Yi Fei Shuang suddenly stood up. The hook-shaped jade in front of her slowly dimmed. Her beautiful eyes stared right at Zhongsho, her eyes filled with helplessness and apology. She was also filled with rage, like she was blaming Zhongsho for coming here for no reason and dragging them down. Zhongsho smiled helplessly and shrugged his shoulders, following which he pulled out his sword and casually waved it behind him, only to see a lightning glow explode, a cold sword arc like a crescent moon slashing across the air. When the sword light disappeared, a head was tossed high into the air. Chapter 167. Zhongsho smiled helplessly and shrugged his shoulders, following which he pulled out his sword and waved it behind him, only to see a lightning glow explode. The cold sword arc was like a crescent moon as it slashed across the air. When the sword light disappeared, a head was tossed high into the air. The head of the hooked-armed man flew in the air. His expression was one of shock. It was like until now he still didn't understand what had happened. He only knew that a sword light flashed in front of his eyes, and although he instinctively wanted to defend, he was unable to follow the sword light. That sword attack seemed to be ever-changing, and no matter how he tried to block it, it was useless. His mind was vaguely captured by a thought. In the next instance, his head was tossed high into the air. Zhong Shou was at a loss, rolling helplessly in the air as he looked at the somewhat familiar headless body in front of him. His left arm was broken and had an iron hook. Wasn't that him? It wasn't that this teen didn't know martial arts, but how could he have such high sword techniques? When blood spurted out and the head of the hooked, armed man landed on the ground, the entire area within 1,000 feet fell into a deathly silence. The Yi family sisters were stunned as they looked at the corpses of Zhong Shou and the hooked-armed man, unable to react. Their mouths were open wide. One could stuff an egg into them. The smiles on the middle-aged spirit master and the whip holding woman's faces froze before they were able to fade away. They thought that the two girls in front of them could be controlled by them and that they could get those things. However, they didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, such a change would occur. Yi Fan was startled for a moment, opening her mouth a few times to speak, but stopping halfway, until the headless corpse lost its support and fell to the ground. Only then did she stutter and ask, "Brother Shou, aren't you a stone miner and don't know martial arts?" "Not little brother, call me brother." Zhong Shou casually waved his hand, wiping away the blood on the sword. He stared at the two of them seriously. "What does your guesses have to do with me? When did I, Zhong Shou, say that I am a stone miner? You two sisters are really funny. The younger sister is innocent, but the older sister is a little stupid." Yi Fan was speechless, but she wasn't annoyed. Instead, she smiled, her eyes turning into crescent moons. Yi Fei Shuang let out a sigh of relief, then clenched her fists tightly, her eyes burning with anger. In the depths of his eyes, there was a look of disbelief and shock. Previously, she could not sense any mana or inner breath from Zhong Shou's body. At that time, she thought that he did not practice martial arts. At this moment, he felt that the teen in front of him was unfathomable. There were not many people in this world who could casually kill an innate rancor. Not to mention this guy's age, Zhong Shou didn't bother about her, smiling as he looked at the other two beside her. The middle-aged woman only hesitated for a moment before the whip in her hand suddenly scattered. It turned into layers of whip shadows and suddenly lashed out. Just now, although the sword of this kid easily killed Aja, he was still able to do so. The true force contained in the sword was not strong. It was not even at the innate level. It only had the strength of 10,000 Jin. It must have been a coincidence. It must have been too unexpected, and Aja was caught off guard. No matter how strong a 14-year-old teen was, there was a limit. The whip's shadow was vicious. The sound it caused in the air was like a dragon dancing in the air. At the end, there was a sharp awl that pierced through the center of Zhong Shou's brows. When it charged in front of Zhong Shou, it sped up by several times, numerous spikes on the body of the whip. Zhong Shou was originally going to act cool in front of the two girls and was prepared to use his fingers to grab it. Halfway through, the middle-aged woman's face was filled with surprise. She scoffed, "So it is poisonous." With a casual sword, he broke the whip, which was also a grade 2 spiritual weapon. Zhong Shou's body suddenly flashed, turning into a swift shadow as he sped through the snow. Before this, when he used the lightning traveling spiritual bone, Zhong Shou's footsteps were heavy, each step leaving a deep hole. However, at this moment, when he exploded out, he was extremely agile. When he stepped on the snow, there were no traces at all, truly leaving no traces when he stepped on the snow. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the middle-aged spirit master. The first sword slashed out and broke the two talismans that this person sent out. The second sword stabbed into the spirit beast that wasn't able to scatter in time. With a twist and a twist, the beast was smashed into pieces. The third sword directly broke the protective talisman and pierced into the brain of the spirit master. The sword light stirred and directly smashed the head of this person like a watermelon. Seeing a green smoke rise up, Zhong Shou laughed coldly. He slashed out with the fourth sword. The world-shocking true energy that spread out 70 feet destroyed the spirit master's soul with just one sword. A few simple actions were completed in just a short moment. The middle-aged woman was just able to retract the remaining half of the whip. Yi Fei Shuang and Yi Fan only blinked a few times before they saw the out-of-body realm spirit master being cleanly killed by Zhong Shou with 4 swords. At this moment, even the two of them sucked in a cold breath. Xiantian experts and out-of-body realm spirit masters were people that all powers in the Cloud Continent fought to recruit. The two of them were the top ones. However, under Zhong Shou's sword, they had no way to defend at all. Killing the two of them was as simple as chopping vegetables. The middle-aged woman's face was ashen white. After glaring at the Yi sisters for a moment, he dashed away without hesitation. Her body instantly covered 1,000 feet, like a giant bird gliding in the snow. Zhong Shou was too lazy to even take a look, tossing out a pure black sword light, which flashed away. Although he had recently changed to raising the lightning tooth sword. After all, this black wave sword had followed him for several months. At this moment, he could still use it as he wished. The sword light was illusionary, sometimes left and sometimes right, sometimes high and sometimes low, although the woman's body was continuously dodging and shifting. The half of the whip in her hand also formed numerous whip shadows behind her back. However, she was still forced behind by the black sword shadow. A ball of lightning suddenly exploded, directly piercing the middle-aged woman's body from her chest and nailing her to the snow. The life force of a Xiantian expert was extremely strong. Unexpectedly, he struggled to stand up and ran a few dozen steps before collapsing to the ground. Zhong Shou frowned, looking at the corpse in the distance. Then, he turned around and looked at Yi Feishuang. Where did these 3 people come from? So weak. In this battle, he didn't even need to use Xiantian-level strength, so he wasn't able to enjoy himself to the fullest. Luckily, today's matter wasn't over yet. Yi Feishuang and Yi Fan were both speechless. Such peak Xiantian experts were all able to take on 1,000 people. On the battlefield, without more than 59 Meridian Mythic Masters working together or 10 initial Meridian Xiantians, one wouldn't be able to stop them. However, from Zhong Shou's mouth, they could only say that they were weak. Yi Fan awkwardly used her fingers to scratch her face. She also didn't know where these few people came from. Yi Feishuang seemed like she wanted to get to know them all over again, carefully looking at Zhong Shou. After keeping silent for a moment, she said coldly with a sense of distance, "They came from the Songlong Cloud Ocean. Have you heard of them?" She originally thought that Zhong Shou wouldn't be familiar with them. Who knew that the moment she said that? Zhong Shou's brows furrowed at a loss. Songlong Cloud Ocean? Are they from Juelong City? Those crazy people who said that they wanted to wipe out all the dragon species in the world? He was deep in thought as he looked at the 2 sisters. What did Juelong City have to do with these 2 girls who didn't know anything about the world? He thought back to the horns on their heads. Were they actually part of the dragon species monster race? Did their ancestors merge with the bloodline of the dragon race? It is Juelong City. Speaking of these 3 words, Yi Feishuang's emotions fluctuated a little. However, she forcefully suppressed it, her voice becoming colder. These 3 people are just useless small fries. The people behind them are the ones that are hard to deal with. Although Juelong City isn't listed as a shrine or spiritual house, its strength isn't below that of these large sections, 3 peak spiritual grandmasters, looking down on the cloud world. Since you killed them, you need to be careful in the future. Zhong Shou could hear the coldness in her voice, but he was too lazy to care. He could understand what Yi Feishuang was thinking. Smiling, Zhong Shou looked behind him at the dense forest filled with poisonous trees and grass. So the 2 people over there also came from the Songlong Cloud Ocean? The lightning tooth sword in his hand shook slightly. The fighting intent in his chest slowly rose. Compared to the few corpses beside him, the 2 people hiding in the forest made him a little more interested. Yi Feishuang was startled as she looked at the forest behind her. Looking carefully, she didn't gain anything. Just as she was feeling weird, she heard a weird laugh ring out. All of a sudden, a figure appeared about 1,000 feet behind the 2 sisters. He had the head of a deer and the eyes of a rat. His face was small and thin, but his facial features were strangely big. In the forest opposite, a black-robed person walked out. His head was covered with a cape, and one couldn't see his face clearly. One could only know that he was really young. He clapped as he walked over confidently. How exciting! Today's trip was really worth it. Who would have thought that the Gantian Mountain Prince, the future Monster King, who was like a piece of trash in everyone's eyes, actually had such strong sword skills at such a young age? When the clapping stopped, the black-robed teen was 500 feet in front of Zhong Shou. He sized up Zhong Shou with interest. If I didn't see wrongly, have you already broken through to the Xiantian realm? Yi Feishuang's body shook once more. She thought that this teen was a stone miner. Only not long ago did she know that she was laughably wrong. However, she didn't think that Zhong Shou's identity would actually be the Gantian Mountain Prince. In the west of Donglin Cloud Continent, he was the overlord of the monster race, with millions of monster race members under him. No matter how ignorant she had heard of the name Gantian Mountain before. Such an identity was something that even those big sects had to treat seriously. Those spiritual houses and shrines might have numerous ascended ancestors and out-of-body spirit masters who could sweep everything. However, once the millions of troops of Gantian Mountain worked together, with experts who knew how to use the strength of the martial path, they would be able to go up against some of the lower-ranked spiritual houses and sects. Following which only Zhong Shou nodded his head and admitted, "Not long ago, Zhong Shou had just entered the Xiantian realm. I still haven't stabilized my realm, so I've embarrassed myself in front of the two of you." Chapter 168. Not long ago, Zhong Shou had just entered the Xiantian realm. I haven't stabilized my realm yet. Sorry for making a fool of myself. Before his words landed, Yi Feishuang's heart jumped intensely once more. Xiantian realm? Looking at him, he was still a distance away from adulthood. His casual eyes were actually Xiantian. Even if it was their race, no matter how talented they were, they wouldn't be able to reach such a level. The black-robed teen kept silent. After a long while, he mocked himself. A 14-year-old Xiantian, how terrifying. If Master knew about this, who knows how happy he would be. However, I came here today to ask you something. Did you kill old me? Old me? Zhong Shou repeated, not understanding. Moments later, he understood and broke into a laugh. You mean the one who died under my sword at the foot of Blood Valley's Demon Corpse Mountain? I thought you were here because of the two girls, but I didn't expect you to be here because of me. He didn't try to hide anything at all. Since they had found their way here, then they definitely had enough evidence. At this moment, no matter what he said, it would only make them look down on him. Why not just admit it? It was just a battle. Today, he wanted to find one or two opponents that he could go all out against. It really is you. The black-robed teen took in a deep breath and pulled off the cape on his body. His face was finally revealed in front of the two of them. His features were upright and handsome. He should have been extremely handsome, but at this moment, his face was covered in blade marks. They intersected, making him look exceptionally vicious and ugly. In his hand, he held a sword hidden in a sheath. His ice-blue eyes were calm. Our Demon Mountain sect always pays back kindness and pays back vengeance. Killing my fellow sect members is like killing a relative. We can't live under the same sky. However, if you're willing to become my master's disciple today, then we can forget about this small grievance. I, Yin Su, can make the decision to let you live. The sword was 3 feet long, and when he slowly pulled it out, a cold light shone. There was a hidden sword aura hidden within. The killing intent wasn't hidden at all, and the solemn aura spread all about, sending a chill down one's spine. He is actually a martial ancestor. Yi Feishuang's pupils constricted. This teen whose face was covered in scars was actually a 4-meridian martial ancestor. However, what shocked her more was that Zhong Shou wasn't afraid of such a strong aura. His aura appeared and disappeared, not giving in at all. His body was straight and expressionless, like he wasn't affected at all. The black-robed youth also raised his eyebrows and shook his head slightly. So the princess comprehended the power of the martial path. At this age, he was really amazing. No wonder he was able to kill those three from Juelong City like they were dogs. Although the three of them are strong, in the eyes of people like you, they're indeed not worth mentioning. Yin Su has been practicing martial arts for nearly 20 years, but he has never seen someone as talented as you. Most probably that 100,000 blood killer Li Yaling died in your hands. Such strength is already capable of fighting my senior and junior brothers. Speaking up to this point, he suddenly paused and turned cold. Unfortunately, I, Yin Su, have never liked to fight fairly. Although I'm good at the sword, I'm not a swordsman. I won't underestimate you and won't give you any chance. The Crown Prince's sword Dao was indeed powerful. However, the two girls behind you are too weak in our eyes. Cho Ling. Without needing Yin Su to instruct him, Cho Ling laughed out. The energy in his body exploded out, no weaker than Yin Su's. With a single stride, he crossed over 600 feet. Then, he punched out with all his might. Numerous black flames surged around his body and entered the tip of his fist. Energy surged, causing the snow and ice to scatter. Yi Feishuang was prepared. She ordered her sister to raise the yin-yang pair in front of her. She went all out, and a repulsive force gathered around. Then, when the fist wind arrived, only a boom sound could be heard. Blood spurted out from the mouth and nose of the two girls. They were in a tragic state as they sat down once more. Although Cho Ling's appearance was unsightly, his fist strength was really domineering and strong. That fist contained a full 300,000 kilograms of strength. It was enough to split mountains and split rocks. Just one fist caused the yin-yang pair to tremble. The repulsive force was reduced by 20%. Yin Su smiled as he looked at the changes in Zhong Shou's expression. As long as there was a little worry, a little anxiousness, a little care, that sword attack, martial path intent, as long as there was a flaw, his sword would take this person's life. He was also a little excited. So what if he was a genius? What he loved the most was to kill such a genius. He would viciously step into the mud such that he wouldn't be able to rise up. He had already won this battle. The expression of the teen opposite him was indeed changing. It was like he wanted to turn around to help, but also like he was forcefully restraining himself. Yin Su's lips curled up in delight. The sword in his hand hummed like it was anticipating the moment when it came out of its body. However, in the next moment, the expression on Zhong Shou's face totally calmed down. At this moment, Zhong Shou actually closed his eyes and took in a deep breath. During these 3 months, apart from cultivating, I comprehended the sword path every day. I wanted to create my own sword technique, but I couldn't. I only managed to create 2 or 3 broken moves, which I named the world-shocking sword. 3 days ago, I suddenly comprehended that sword techniques and martial arts have never been formed behind closed doors. I need to prove it in battle, to test the sword while killing, pretty much pausing between each word. His voice was clear and cold, spreading out for miles. There was also a certain rhythm that caused Zhong Shou's aura to slowly rise. He didn't bother about the 2 girls behind him who were bitterly holding on and were in danger. His tone was neither rushed nor slow, neither fast nor slow. Just as Yin Su's brows furrowed, he didn't know what was going on. Zhong Shou opened his eyes once more. There was nothing else in his eyes. They were extremely pure and clear, and also filled with curiosity. Brother Yin, did you train in the broken demon sunflower sword? You've actually reached the martial ancestor realm. I wonder if your lower body is still there? It's a eunuch, right? Yin Su's hands clenched tightly, only feeling like his heart was stabbed by a sharp needle. It was extremely painful. Rage surged in his chest, unable to be suppressed. You are asking to die. That voice wasn't as low as before. Instead, it was extremely sharp like a man or a woman. Every word was filled with killing intent and rage. However, halfway through, it suddenly stopped. A silver light spread out from Zhong Shou's sleeves. Then his entire body suddenly swelled up in his field of vision. The area it occupied swiftly expanded, leaving behind a series of afterimages. One of the world's shocking sword, Great Spiral. The sword light spun, fire and water intersecting. Lightning wrapped around energy as it swept over. At the start, it was really normal, but when the sword light arrived in front of him, its aura filled the heavens. Half of it was snow, mist, and ice. The other half was scorching flames. On the left and right, purple lightning flashed like a giant python. Yun Su was distracted for a moment before he roared out like a tiger. The weakness in his heart was instantly fixed. At this moment, he tossed everything aside and stabbed out with his sword. The speed of the sword turned into a swift shadow, actually 3 times faster than Zhong Shou. All the strength gathered at the tip of the sword. The 3'3" long sword danced in his hand, but it was like an embroidery needle, agile and lethal. However, when it clashed with Zhong Shou's sword tip, Yin Su was terrified to discover that his sword seemed to have stabbed into a whirlpool, and he wasn't able to control it anymore. The sky full of sword shadows spun. Second spin, third spin, fourth spin. It was really like a spiral, crazily sweeping over. The surrounding air was also stirred up, like it had turned into a horizontal tornado, striking over. At its center, there was deadly ice, sand, and flames. Deep purple lightning snakes were swallowing and spitting out. Yun Su's heart sunk to the bottom. The sword light in his hand also exploded to the extreme. Each sword was faster and stronger than the last, but he was still unable to break away from the restrictions of the spiral. He could only use all his strength to block the attack of the storm, but he felt more and more powerless. He only felt that he was like a dike that was about to collapse, blocking the invasion of the flood that was rising higher and higher, but had nowhere to go. Between the two of them, apart from the howling of the storm, there were only clanging sounds and the sparks when the sword light clashed. Yun Su's sword was slowly only able to reach the front of his body, unable to move left and right. Opposite the storm, the pair of starry eyes became colder and colder, filled with killing intent. Yin Su also felt a wave of fear in his heart. A wave of indescribable panic and fear continuously attacked his originally flawless spiritual sense. What sort of technique was this? How could he be so tyrannical and unreasonable? Hearing Zhong Shou's words, it seemed like he created it himself. How was that possible? Such a sword technique, even in those big sects, would be listed as a top technique. How could he create it himself? If this went on, he would die. Squinting his eyes, Yin Su's mouth exploded with spring thunder as he gave out a sharp, explosive shout. The dozens of wounds on his face all opened up, blood spurting out. Even his lower body was dyed red. However, his aura instantly increased by several times. A violent thought suddenly rose up, and his eyes turned blood red, filled with endless resentment. Today, he was going to rip this Zhong Shou to shreds. He was going to slice him up piece by piece and swallow him into his stomach. No matter what price he had to pay, he was going to rip him to shreds and die without a burial place. However, in the next instance, he saw the lips of the person opposite him curl up in a mocking manner. A streak of silver light suddenly shot out from the spiral sword light and attacked him in the face. Yin Su instinctively raised his sword, but he stabbed into the air. The knife shadow flashed and appeared on the other side. Then, before his eyes, the torrent that he had been holding back for a long time completely broke through the dam. Yin Su was startled, following which his eyes were filled with sword shadows. The storm-like sword light swept out, sword energy spread all about. The power of fire and water wrapped around and swallowed his body. In an instant, numerous pieces of flesh and blood splattered all about. They were all fingernail-sized pieces. Yin Su's body was sliced by the spiral sword light and was instantly smashed into pieces. The sword attack didn't stop, sweeping forwards like a vast dragon. The sword energy of the fire and water spiral actually charged thousands of feet forward before slowly dissipating. On the ground, it left a 300 feet wide and close to 4 feet deep giant hole. Chapter 169. Although the sword energy had dissipated, the power of ice and fire, as well as the purple lightning were still there. It exploded in all directions, directly opening up another several hundred feet deep hole in the ground. Not only were the Yi sisters on the verge of death attracted by the sword Qi, but they were also attracted by the sword Qi. Even Chou Ling was startled, his mouth agape and eyes wide open. The strong and overbearing sword attack pretty much smashed everything in front of it into pieces. Even the free spiritual energy in the vicinity was blank. In that instance, the spiral sword light seemed like it was going to rip the heavens and earth apart. In that instance, Chou Ling's head couldn't help but feel numb, goosebumps rising all over his body. He wasn't able to see the intense battle between Zhong Shou and Yun Su clearly. However, he knew that this vast sword attack was something that even a peak martial ancestor with 6 meridians couldn't block head-on. It was really unstoppable, so strong that it was perverted. His eyelids twitched, a feeling of extreme danger surging into his heart. In the astral wind current in front of him, a cold light appeared, instantly arriving in front of his eyes. It was a cloud-patterned flying knife. It flickered with cold light and was constantly changing. It's the cloud's shocking god, destroying sword intent. Pretty much right away, Chou Ling had already sensed the martial path intent on the flying knife. He didn't bother about the 2 girls in front of him who were about to be captured by him, explosively retreating. Stepping on the ground, he retreated 600 feet. His eyes didn't leave the tip of the knife, trying to discern the changing trajectory. In the end, he opened his eyes, using his fingers to pinch the knife in front of him. A handleless flying knife instantly appeared at his fingertips. It didn't use up all its remaining strength, trembling nonstop. Just as Chou Ling heaved a sigh of relief, the knife suddenly exploded, breaking into thousands of pieces. One of the knife tips pierced through his fingers, increasing in speed by several times, heading right for his throat. Is this true energy exploding? Chou Ling's face instantly turned ashen white, dodging to the side by a hair's breadth. He barely avoided the situation where his throat was pierced, but his left shoulder was pierced by the broken pieces of the knife. It pierced through his body, bringing out a thread of blood. At this moment, even with his strong nerves, he took in a deep cold breath. What kind of cultivation method did this Gantian mountain prince learn? The force was hidden and not released. Only when it was more than 300 meters away did it explode. Are you kidding me? Oh, that's right. How could I forget what happened in the forest that day? Although the sword Qi was also concealed and was triggered by him, it had been concealed for half a day. Chou Ling no longer had any fighting spirit in his heart. He looked regretfully at the pieces of flesh and blood that filled the sky. This senior brother of his was a ruthless and intelligent person. It would be a pity to die here. His pupils constricted as he saw a scene that terrified him. He saw that the sword light in Zhong Shou's hand had just dissipated. A cloud of green smoke rose from the back of his head. It was the size of a millstone and was surrounded by purple lightning. Even under the scorching midday sun, it was not afraid at all. The smoke also seemed to contain 3 talismans. He brought the lightning tooth sword and flashed over. You're a leaving aperture realm cultivator, no? 3 true spiritual talismans, pure and condensed soul power. You're a knight, wandering realm spirit master. He cursed out. Chou Ling's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. At this moment, unprecedented despair spread throughout his heart. He immediately gave up on all thoughts of escaping. A spirit master could travel several miles in a breath, far stronger than a martial master. Even if he wanted to escape, he might not be able to. Pretty much instantly, he wore a white silk glove on his hand. At this moment, all the strength in his body exploded and surged into his limbs and meridians. All the pores on his skin were slashed open. Just as Zhong Shou's soul was above him, Chou Ling hollered out. The vital energy and yang energy in his body surged, gathering all his true qi as he punched towards the sky. He had no way out of this battle. He had to go all out to have a chance of survival. Zhong Shou's soul didn't care at all. With a thought, it was still extremely cold. That yang energy charged over, but before it got close, it was smashed by the purple lightning. However, it still caused his soul to be slightly damaged, giving him a fiery pain. However, it wasn't able to affect his consciousness at all. His heart was as cold as ice. When the sword light slashed down, it was actually a giant spiral that slashed down. If it was before when he fought with Yin Su, the sword attack could only be considered overbearing. However, at this moment, it was totally suppressing. It was totally smashing and destroying. With his Xiantian body, even if he used the external pill, he only had 45,000 kilograms of strength. However, at this moment, using his soul to drive the sword, he had a full 200,000 kilograms of strength added to the sword body. Sword and fist clashed. A series of pung-pung-pung sounds rang out in the air. Choling's hand was made of flesh and blood, but that pair of silk gloves couldn't be damaged by spiritual swords. However, in just 10 swords, his flesh and blood broke, bending unnaturally. At the same time, the power of ice and fire instantly surged down. This time the sword attack was even more overbearing. The Yi sisters' faces were pale as they watched the spinning sword shadow cut Choling's body into pieces that were 10 times finer than a fingernail. The pieces flew out crazily and dyed the snowy ground within 300 feet into a patch of blood red. When that spiral sword attack was no longer blocked, it smashed into the ground. There was another Hong sound, like the heavens were shaking and the earth was shaking. Dust and sand flew up in the snow. Ice shards shot out. When all the dust and smoke dissipated, shockingly, there was a deep pit with a radius of over 1,000 feet. Zhongshu's soul flew up once more. With a gust of wind, he returned to his body in an instant. Yi Feishuang and Yi Fein still couldn't move their eyes, looking in front of them in a daze at the giant hole that had appeared. They only felt that no words could describe what they were thinking in their hearts. They could only look on silently from afar. Yi Feishuang's heart also had the same thoughts as Choling's. This Zhongshu was actually a spirit master. 3 true spiritual talismans. His soul had undergone a qualitative change. He was a true knight wandering realm spirit master, comparable to martial ancestors. This team that she thought was a normal quarry not only killed Xiantians like he was killing dogs. His swordsmanship and martial arts were comparable to those elite Wuzongs. He even had such deep attainments in spiritual cultivation. What kind of terrifying person did she and her sister meet in this water fairy lake? When Zhongshu returned to his body, he casually summoned the demon Ice Silver Bear that was protecting him back into his sleeves. He was thinking about when to release the seal on this spirit beast while he frowned, using his hand to knock his head to try to reduce his headache. Choling's vital energy and yang power didn't give him much trouble. Instead, it was his own sword that hurt him. When the sword aura completely exploded, his Yuan soul was already unable to avoid it. Although it wasn't a direct hit, the recoil caused him to be badly injured. Turning around and looking at the 2 giant holes that he had created, Zhongshu was speechless. Failure. Although the sword attack was strong, he was unable to condense it. In the end, he couldn't control it. A second failure. Although the power behind it was strong, once the front was blocked, he was unable to use it. A third failure. He used up too much energy. Just 2 swords caused him to lose all his energy. This was a 4th failure. Although he had won the battle, it was simply too humiliating. In his battle with Yin Su, even though he had seized the initiative and gained the upper hand, Yin Su had almost turned the situation around. If he didn't borrow the help of his 6-god defensive knife technique, he would have been killed by Choling. In the end, when he killed Choling, he was so stupid that he was injured by his own sword. Luckily, at this moment, there was no one watching. The 2 girls weren't at the same realm and didn't know what was going on. If not, they would really die of embarrassment today. As expected, it was still too early for him to use his world-shocking sword. It still needed to be perfected. However, Yin Su's sword did have some skill. He knew that his world-shocking sword was enough to take his life in 1 breath. However, it was blocked for 5 breaths. He didn't rely on the unbelievably quick demon sunflower sword, but purely on his sword techniques. Even if this person didn't learn the demon sunflower sword, he would only be slightly weaker than Li Yaling. Unfortunately, he is such a beauty, but his life is broken. Sighing slightly, Zhongsho sighed. He looked at the two sisters, only to see that Yi Fan's mouth was covered by Yi Fei Shuang. The latter's eyes were filled with wariness. Zhongsho was startled, following which he broke out into a laugh. He waved his sleeves, causing the black wave sword to fly back into his sleeves. Next, there were also the items that Yin Su, Chou Ling, and the others left behind. Take care of yourselves. You can't stay here for long. Even if I stay here, I won't be able to stay for long. I can protect you once, but I can't protect you a second time. Zhongsho will take his leave. Without saying anything more, Zhongsho turned around and left. He still waved his hand as he walked towards the shore. However, just as he was halfway, he heard Yi Fei Shuang shout, "Wait!" Zhongsho was too lazy to bother. However, just as he walked 1,000 feet, a whistling sound spread out from behind. His brows furrowing, Zhongsho casually caught it. There were two items. One of the objects was the size of a fist, round and extremely smooth. Looking closely, it was a transparent crystal ball. Spiritual patterns were carved on it, and within it, there was a sword-like item floating, giving off a sharp glow. The other item was a stone. It looked really normal, pure black in color. This is something that my mother unintentionally obtained from a sword cultivator. A sword-nurturing stone and a sword-accumulating pearl. I saw that you used your soul to drive the sword, so you are good at the sword path. Take these two items as your reward for saving our lives today. Yi Fei Shuang raised her chin and said coldly, "In case you say that we sisters are heartless and ungrateful." The corner of Zhongsho's lips couldn't help but curl up as he smiled and kept the item. He wasn't so dumb to toss these treasures away. Since he was angry, he naturally couldn't push these benefits away. After today, he might not be able to get these two treasures in the future. Casually shaking the items behind him, Zhongsho laughed and winked at Yi Fan. Then, he continued to walk out like a wooden puppet. However, his speed became a little faster. Chapter 170. When Zhongsho's body totally disappeared in the snow, he was shocked. Yi Fan struggled and broke free from Yi Fei Shuang's control. Her eyes were filled with rage as she stared at her sister. "Sister Shuang, what are you doing? Brother Shou saved our lives, so why are you treating him like that?" Yi Fei Shuang was expressionless. As they say, one must be wary of others. We have treasures on us, and our identities can't be revealed. What if he wants to take it away? Or if he has evil intentions? What should we do then? This person is really shrewd and has been with us for 3 months, but he didn't reveal anything. We don't know that he is a dual cultivator. Be it martial or spiritual cultivation, he is at a really high realm. Who knows? Maybe he has some intentions for being with us. Steal? Bad intentions? Yi Fan was so angry that she laughed. I only know that if Brother Shou wanted to attack us, we wouldn't have chance. We wouldn't have any chance at all and wouldn't have any ability to fight back. Sister, do you really think that way? Yi Fei Shuang held her breath, but she didn't waver. Even if he doesn't have bad intentions, we still have to be wary. Our race, and there's our enemies. A few thousand years ago, numerous seniors died at the hands of these sky foxes. In the future, they might be our opponents. Sister, you also said that that was 10,000 years ago. What does that have to do with now? Don't bully me for not being sensible. In these few thousand years, I haven't come into contact with them. Yi Fan bit her lips, tears falling from her eyes. Forget it, I won't fight with you. Brother Shou is a good person and isn't as bad as you think. I like him. After she said that, she stomped her feet and ran into the distance. Yi Fei Shuang stood on the spot and sighed. How could she not know what Yi Fan said? Shaking her head, Yi Fei Shuang jumped up and chased in the direction that her sister left. Not long after the two girls left, 2 more people walked out of the snowy land. It was a male and a female. The male was tall and muscular and looked really handsome. The female was also tall and beautiful. At this moment, their faces were filled with shock as they carefully looked at the two large pits on the ground. After a long while, Lei Dong suddenly blinked his eyes. I must have seen wrongly just now. Little Yinran, why don't you lend me your hand so I can pinch it? Zhao Yinran didn't say a word, stabbing her sword to the side. It did not carry any killing intent, but its sharpness was obvious, and it was extremely ruthless. Lei Dong hurriedly left his original spot in a flash and appeared 200 feet away. He cursed loudly. "You crazy woman! Forget it, I'll pinch my own." Lei Dong pulled at his own face, and his mouth immediately twitched. It was really painful. The two of them were dead silent. Only when a gentle breeze blew past, and even the giant pit was once again covered in a layer of silver, did Lei Dong open his mouth once more. His expression was also fluctuating. "Little girl Yinran, that fellow has actually broken through to the Xiantian realm." Zhao Yinran replied with an but didn't say anything. She only looked at the two holes with different shapes. Some sword marks could be seen vaguely. The vastness of that sword move from before seemed to be still fresh in her mind. Although that sword wasn't completed, it made one feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Although that person had left long ago, just based on the marks he left behind, it was enough to make one feel pressured. It was enough to make one feel huge pressure. It made it hard for her to breathe, and her ambition disappeared. She also couldn't raise any thoughts of going up against it. Lei Dong's brows furrowed. "You only have such a reaction? That fellow actually broke through to the Xiantian realm without relying on anything? I remember that in the cloud world, there should only be 5 people who can break through the barriers from heaven. It's already 6. Zhao Yinran raised her head, her eyes regaining some life. Along with Zhongshou, it's 6. He didn't rely on external help and broke through on his own. In these 10,000 years, only he has done it." Lei Dong sighed once more, which means that there's only one person in the world. I still remember that most people who can break through the barriers from heaven will become grandmasters in the future. Only one person. That is indeed the case. Zhao Yinran nodded her head, casually replying in a concise manner. Lei Dong barely managed to keep his emotions in check, but he was still dejected, sighing with a conflicted expression. I thought that the barriers from heaven would stop him for a few years. In the end, it was only 3 months. How is this fellow so perverted to such an extent? It seems like that stone of mine is getting more and more valuable. Who knows what will happen on the side of Master and your master? After they find out, they will probably fight even harder. What should we do? Zhao Yinran's eyes flashed, a sharp glow appearing, following which Lei Dong smiled and looked in the direction that the two girls left in. "Doesn't your Seven Spirit sect always do things by hook or by crook? Why don't we go and make a fortune?" I took a look just now, and there are at least 2 9th-stage spiritual artifacts inside. You can pretend to be someone from Juelong City, and I will be the hero to save the beauty. How about we split the benefits in half? Zhao Yinran stared viciously at him. "Are you crazy? If you want to die, I won't accompany you." After she said that, she turned around and left. Lei Dong's lips curled up. Then he touched his head and sighed regretfully. Sword accumulating pearl, hidden swordstone. He also wanted them. Suddenly, he stopped in shock as he turned around and looked into the distance, only to see a place covered in ice and snow. A pair of giant eyes suddenly opened. Looking out from afar, it was filled with a teasing and playful expression. Lei Dong instantly gave out a bitter smile, crying out loud. He was really just joking. Actually, he didn't have any thoughts at all. It was definitely true. At the same time, thousands of miles away in the valley, the atmosphere was really suppressive, relying on spells to merge with Lei Dong and Zhao Yinran's body. The two people here knew the situation thousands of miles away, like the back of their hands. However, because of that, this place was even more tense. He actually broke through to Xiantian and became a night-wandering spirit master. Fast, really fast. Unbelievable, really unbelievable. Shui Lingbo muttered softly. Then, her body shot into the air, not bothering about anything as she flew towards where Zhongsho was. On the mountain peak 100 miles away, a sharp light appeared in Yanfan's eyes. Without hesitation, he pulled out his sword and slashed down. His energy reached 100,000 feet, like a dragon, as he followed closely behind Shui Lingbo. This sword didn't have any warmth left. This battle was a life and death battle. Why is there thunder all of a sudden? Zhongsho sat on the wooden raft and looked up at the sky, looking at the dark clouds in shock. While thinking that it was going to rain, he looked at the 2 items in his hands that he got from Yifei Shuang. Sword accumulating pearl. What was stored within the pearl was something that sword cultivators couldn't lack. Collecting all sorts of heaven and earth essence and storing them within the pearl to form the shape of a sword and then into a sword seed. This item could be directly merged with, but Zhongsho hesitated. He looked at it carefully and was slightly surprised. Then, he threw it into the pouch at his waist. Next was the sword nurturing stone. This item was not bad and could be used. He casually pulled out the lightning tooth sword and placed the sword nurturing stone on it. When Zhongsho activated his true chi, one could see many golden threads seeping out from the sword nurturing stone and spreading on the sword body. Just looking at it, Zhongsho knew that this was the spiritual energy veins within the sword. However, when the golden threads seeped in, it was broken. A small portion of it stopped halfway and was blocked off. Zhongsho sighed. It wasn't just his spiral energy that was too overbearing. His spiral sword was also huge because of power. After using it twice, this spiritual weapon that came from the hands of a cloud desolate Aerosword master was pretty much destroyed on the spot. Luckily, he obtained this sword nurturing stone from the hands of that girl. The use of this item was to repair spiritual weapons. As long as it wasn't broken, then no matter how badly damaged it would be able to repair most of it. The item in Zhongsho's hand was a grade 6 spiritual artifact. It was more than enough to repair this grade 2 lightning tooth sword. That Yifei Shuang said that she wanted to use these 2 items to repay him for saving her life. As expected, in just a moment, the golden threads started to repair the small cracks on the sword. Bit by bit, they connected. In just 15 minutes, the lightning tooth sword had recovered to its original state. The spiritual light spread out, and it was no weaker than before. Zhongsho was delighted and kept the sword. With this sword nurturing stone, he didn't need to be afraid of fighting with the sword in the future. All right, and that glove? Zhongsho took out 2 more bags, a glove made of golden threads and a 3-foot-long spiritual sword. That sword was also a grade 3 spiritual weapon, a little better than his lightning tooth sword. However, it was a metal element sword. The body of the sword was thin and long. Within the spiritual formation, there was also the sharpness breaking and pinnacle edge techniques, which were extremely sharp. I have no use for this sword, but Shui is the descendant of the White Tiger and needs a spiritual weapon. This sword is suitable. Before this, when he killed Mingjue, Zhongsho threw away all his belongings. However, at this moment, he didn't care at all. The Demon Mountain sect was strong, but since the 2 of them had already found their way here, it was impossible for them to continue hiding. Anyways, the animosity had already been sowed, so naturally, Zhongsho wouldn't let go of their belongings. There were still some pills and beast crystals in the bags, which Zhongsho took without hesitation. Zhongsho directly smashed those evil path items and threw them into the water. These items were all really strong. However, Zhongsho naturally didn't like them. The thing that one needed to avoid when cultivating the sword path was not pure. The glove was the only thing that made him happy. It should be made from 1,000-year-old spider silk, mixed with spiritual gold. It didn't fear metal or poison. Even when fighting with the sword, it could be used to reduce true chi damage by at least 30%. Wearing this item on his hand, it was just perfect. It could expand and contract, sticking close to the skin without any gaps. Apart from that, there was nothing else that could catch his eye. Zhongsho laughed and kept it properly. Then he saw the lake shore in the distance, as well as the few exquisite wooden houses on the high ground. Hu Zhongyuan was practicing the knife, Back and forth, he used the tiger roar. Since 3 months ago, when he broke the sword strength that Zhongsho left behind, he had been like that. Looking from afar, it looked more and more like when Hu Qianxiu slashed out that day, suppressing all directions. It was also slightly different, adding in some of Hu Zhongyuan's own martial path. It was less direct and more deceitful. There was also Zhong Yuan, who was obediently practicing the basic spear techniques that he had taught him that day. At the start, he was powerless, muddling along, just going along. However, after being taught a few times by him and being trained, he was much more attentive. He was serious and methodical. Just as he was giggling and looking on, a soft wall of sound spread out from behind the wooden raft. Behind him, there was also an unfathomable breeze blowing by. Zhongsho's muscles instantly tensed up, his hair standing on end. A moment later, he smiled and relaxed his body. In the next instant, a warm body hugged him from behind. Chu Shui hung tightly onto his body, giggling like a silver bell. "Young master, why did you come back so early today? Aren't you going to cultivate today?" Chapter 171. Zhong Shoshin grumbled in his heart as the warm and soft body behind him pressed against him. Her chest was especially full. As long as one was a guy, they would be tempted. Who knows whether or not Chu Shui did it on purpose or not. He tried his best to carry Chu Shui down and placed her at the side. Zhong Shou nodded his head. "I'm not going to train anymore. Let's go on a trip these 2 days and play to our heart's content." Chu Shui instantly cheered. However, a moment later she hesitated, pretending to be worried. Will it delay young master's training? On the path of martial arts, if you don't improve, you will fall behind. Before she finished, Zhong Shou smiled and flicked her brow, following which he walked down from the wooden raft and walked to the shore of the lake. His body was as swift as a leopard as he headed towards the wooden hut. 3 months of hard work, day and night. Even at night, he had to train his soul and didn't rest at all. What he wanted to do now was to disregard everything and have a good sleep. However, just as he passed by Zhong Yuan, he heard his cousin scoff. Turning his head, he saw that this fellow's spear was like a tiger giving off wind. However, it was just an empty shell. Although his movements were standard, it only had the form and not the spirit, which was really unsightly. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed, thinking about it for a moment before he stopped and said, "Zhong Yuan, show me your purple lightning spear." Zhong Yuan looked coldly at him, wanting to go against him. However, when he looked at Zhong Shou's smiling expression, he felt a little guilty. He could only follow what Zhong Shou said and practice his purple lightning spear. In front of Zhong Shou, he didn't dare to do anything half-heartedly. One by one, the large spear was like a streak of lightning, turning into a spear flower. Within 100 feet of space, it suddenly pierced and swept. But in just a moment, Zhong Yuan was stunned. Ever since he became disheartened, he had not practiced the purple thunder spear for a full 3 months. However, when he used it now, he didn't feel the slightest bit of awkwardness. On the contrary, it was unusually smooth. As the spear moved around, there were fewer flaws. When did his martial Tao have such a great breakthrough? Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat as he thought about the postures Zhong Shou had him practice. Could it be because of this? Seeing this, Zhong Shou laughed coldly, throwing a bottle of pills he had gotten from Xianyuan Irin in front of Zhong Yuan. Retracting his gaze, he said, "This is the 5-element pill that Irin made. It can strengthen the lungs." However, there were only 15 of them. In half a month, if you still can't break through the 3rd meridian of the Earth Chakra realm and become a martial ancestor, then it would be useless. I will definitely kill you and then hang your naked body on the Gantian Mountain City gates for everyone to see. After he finished, he was too lazy to bother about him, directly walking past this person. That Zhong Yuan didn't feel embarrassed or angry, standing on the spot in a daze. There was only one thought in his mind. Zhong Shou's method was actually useful to him. This prince was actually giving him pointers. Keeping the pills by his feet, Zhong Yuan curled his lips. No matter how good one's martial Tao was, one would still be controlled by others. What was the point? However, when he waved the spear once more, his brows were filled with seriousness. Although he was disheartened and lazy, he still had an instinctive pursuit of the martial Tao in his heart. On the tall mountain peak, Zhongsho sat on a land filled with spiritual patterns. He was looking down from high up and looking down below. This was the largest mountain range beside the Water Fairy Lake. It had a circumference of 600 miles. If one cast spells to look down from here, one would be able to see everything. At this moment, Chu Shui was standing at the side, crying out, "Young master, is this the outing you were talking about? How boring." Zhongsho didn't even turn his head, continuing to cast spells to activate the spell altar he had set up. He smiled. How is it not an outing? While searching for spiritual veins, we can play and relax. Isn't that great? Today, the road ahead was filled with killing. In the end, he was unable to truly let go of everything and play without any worries. Hu Zhongyuan at the side stared furiously, looking a little like Hu Qianxiu. Shui, you are preposterous. The four of us lack spiritual veins to advance. The prince used his spells to help us search. This is a huge, fortuitous encounter. Why aren't you satisfied? What a jerk. Chu Shui pouted and didn't say anything more. It wasn't that she was afraid of this uncle, but that she was too lazy to say anything more. She saw clearly that following her young master, she didn't have a single moment of leisure. Along with Zhongyuan and the rising moon lion, the three of them and one beast each took a side of the formation. He poured his true qi into the spiritual array, using the formation to sense the spiritual veins that were suitable for their true qi. Although this place was at the highest point of the mountain range, those spiritual veins couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Only by using the power of the formation could they sense them. Apart from that, they also had the responsibility of protecting the formation. Zhongsho chanted incantations, activating the seals. Slowly, a multicolored light screen appeared above the four of them. It wasn't calm at all. Instead, ripples would appear from time to time, as well as faintly discernible lines. Although the three mysterious spirit reflecting technique from Linhai College isn't as detailed as the spirit searching technique, it can see all the spiritual energy veins. However, it has a huge range, able to see all the changes in spiritual energy within 1,000 miles. This is also the technique from that stupid college. Those 10 over spiritual houses and shrines, each one of them has their own secret techniques, so it definitely isn't just that. If I knew that spirit masters were so strong, I would have split my attention to cultivate some spiritual techniques in my last life. I wouldn't have to painstakingly search for spiritual veins. Zhongsho was thinking in his heart while calmly observing the changes in the 5-colored light screen above his head. Those ripples were all produced by the spiritual veins, but they intersected with one another. His spiritual cultivation wasn't deep and his soul power wasn't strong, so it was tough for him to discern the source. He could only see those lines appearing and disappearing. These were the spiritual veins that his three mysterious spirit reflecting technique could see. He could discern the elements through the 5-colored glow. However, most of the spiritual veins were flowing and didn't have a fixed position. Even if he saw it, it didn't mean that he could easily capture it. Actually, in his memory, there were several secret techniques from the sects that were destroyed. However, he couldn't say where they came from, so he couldn't randomly use them. Especially nearby, who knows, maybe those two peeping toms were looking from afar. After Hu Zhongyan scolded Chu Shui, his tone changed, revealing some doubts. "Young master, I heard that searching for spiritual veins requires a high realm. Not only does one need to travel thousands of miles in the night, but one also needs special artifacts. Young master, aren't you a little too anxious?" When Zhongyuan heard that, he laughed coldly. Zhongsho wasn't just a little too anxious, but he was too anxious. To be more direct, he didn't know how high the heavens were. Anyways, even in their Gantian mountain, there weren't many spirit masters who could use it. Every time they helped people search, they would offer a sky-high price. They also couldn't guarantee that they would succeed each time. If this method was really so simple, Gantian mountain Xiantian masters wouldn't have such difficulty each time they advanced. Zhong Shou acted like he didn't hear anything, only focusing on observing the changes in the light screen above. Although he had memorized this spell, he had never used it before. Using it now was indeed unfamiliar and hard to use, unable to fully display its ability. He could only use double the effort to observe the movement of the spiritual veins and deduce. He stared at it for an unknown amount of time. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and revealed a hint of joy. I found it. 600 miles out, it has the 5 elements. The metal element is the main. The source is pure. It should be a high-grade earth vein. Hu Zhongyuan's brows furrowed, giving out a bitter laugh. What was the use of finding it? If it was within 30 miles, then it was still okay. 600 miles out, by the time they rushed over, it would be too late. Just as he was about to open his mouth to persuade him, Zhong Shou's soul suddenly rose up from the back of his head. Hu Zhongyuan knew that Zhong Shou had reached the out-of-body realm and could even move in a small area, which was why he wasn't worried. He only found it amusing. Was Zhong Shou planning to use this soul to rush over? Even if a night-wandering realm soul master's soul-traveling speed to rush 600 miles out, it would take 15 minutes. If he wasn't careful, he would be in danger of dying. Who knew where that spiritual vein had swam to? Even if it was still at its original spot, what should he use to collect it? Just as he was shaking his head, he saw a 3-story exquisite pagoda suddenly fly up from Zhong Shou's sleeves. Zhong Shou's soul also gathered at one spot, turning into the shape of a lawn. However, at this moment, what Hu Zhongyuan was looking at was the 3 talismans that were shining brightly within the ball of smoke. Looking at the green smoke, the cold energy was extremely strong. There were no impurities at all. It had obviously changed. A strong glow exploded out in his eyes as he stared right at Chu Shui. Shui, the prince is already at the night-wandering realm? When did this happen? Chu Shui used her fingernails to scratch her cheeks, her face filled with doubt. It should be. When did the young master break through? I don't know. We haven't been together recently. Hu Zhongyuan didn't feel disappointed, unable to suppress his emotions as he laughed out loud, his voice spreading all around. At this moment, he finally understood how his father felt when he competed with Zhong Shou in the martial path and ended up on the same level. Joy, relief, and anticipation for the future were all mixed within. Such a huge power like Gantian Mountain had to be established by someone above Xuanwu ancestor. However, if a descendant took over, Zhong Shou's night-wandering realm would be more than enough. Zhong Yuan's face was ashen white, his expression constantly changing. He originally thought that Zhong Yang and the others had a chance of succeeding. However, at this moment, he totally lost all hope. Facing such a monster, one could imagine that be it Zhong Shi or Zhong Yang, they had no chance at all. In the next moment, the phoenix formed by Zhong Shou's soul suddenly flashed with a lightning glow as it fiercely flapped its wings, following which, it suddenly disappeared from their field of vision. Hu Zhongyuan was astonished, instinctively standing up and looking into the distance, only to see that the phoenix wrapped in lightning glow was already 10,000 feet away. With just one flap of its wings, it had already flown several miles. In the blink of an eye, it was nowhere to be seen. Hu Zhongyuan couldn't help but be startled on the spot. Such lightning-quick speed, even a return to Sun Peak Spirit Master couldn't compare to it. Chapter 172. It flapped its lightning wings and glided in the sky. Zhong Shou saw that the mountains and rivers below were swiftly moving backward. To soar in the sky with the night-wandering realm was a different feeling. There was a little more calmness and a little less caution. However, for some reason, the sky was covered in dark clouds and lightning flashed, making one feel uneasy. Not long later, he arrived at the location of the spiritual vein that he had sensed. The 3 mysterious spirit reflecting technique could only reflect the changes in spiritual energy within 1,000 miles and was unable to sense the terrain. When Zhongsho arrived, he noticed that this place was actually a 3,000 feet tall, small mountain. The earth vein was hidden deep within the mountain. Zhongsho felt his head hurt. Luckily, this situation was still within the range that he could deal with. His soul spread out from the phoenix shape, turning into a ball of mist. Threads of pure spiritual energy were gathered over. A portion of the source spirit was drawn into the surface of the mountain, and then it swam about. As expected, the spiritual vein was attracted and stretched out its feelers. Although this thing was sentient and unpredictable, it didn't have a consciousness. It would pretty much instinctively swallow the source spirit to strengthen itself. Zhongsho waited silently. To avoid alarming it, his soul didn't move at all, until a portion of the source spirit that he was controlling was silently sucked away. Only then did he raise the 3-story exquisite pagoda into the air. Instantly, a ball of light shone down. Within Zhongsho's soul, numerous soul power formed into talisman patterns and shot into the pagoda. Then he saw a python-like source spirit ball being forcefully pulled out from the mountain. Along with Zhongsho injecting soul power in the talisman buff, the suction power of the exquisite pagoda also increased. It was like a tug of war in a stalemate with it. It took a full 45 minutes before it was pulled into the foundations of the pagoda. Zhongsho relaxed slightly, keeping the 5-color pagoda that was less than a foot tall into his soul, using his soul power to lift it up. His heart was filled with joy. This time, he was lucky to see red at the beginning of the door. Only this spirit-absorbing pagoda that he snatched from Mingjue was slightly weaker. This item was also a must-have item for spirit masters and could be used to absorb and trap spirit veins. The higher the grade, the stronger the suction force. Naturally, there would be more spiritual veins that could be trapped. If an ordinary out-of-aperture spirit master did not have a sect to rely on, it would be considered pretty good if they had a level 1 spirit-absorbing pagoda. Mingju came from the Demon Flag sect and seemed to be highly valued by the elders. The one in his hand was at the 3rd level. Even if a peak realm soul master used it, it wouldn't be beneath their status. It was just that Zhongsho had only just started cultivating his soul force. Although his talismans were brilliant, his spirit techniques were extremely rusty. No matter how brilliant a spirit artifact was, it would not be able to display the full potential of power in his hands. A rank 1 spirit-absorbing pagoda can trap 2 spirit veins. After that, with each additional level of the pagoda, 1 more chain could be added. My pagoda has 3 floors, and it can trap 4 of them. Who knows if my luck in the future will be as good as before, succeeding in 1 try. Using the 3 mysterious spirit reflecting technique consumed more spiritual energy than the spirit searching technique. If it wasn't for the 200 mind stones he obtained from Yi Feishuang, he would have been able to use them. Among the items that Yin Su and Chou Ling left behind, he also took some beast crystals. Zhongsho really couldn't afford it. This was why in his last life, when he was so poor, every time he needed to search for spiritual veins, he could only try his luck. He didn't dare to ask those spirit masters to help him. Until the later stages, he earned a lot of money in the virtual world. That was why he bought a few spirit veins from the auction house that were compatible with his cultivation method and spiritual energy attribute. It is now midnight, and there is still a long way to go. After going back to meditate and recover, I can still use it once more. I also have enough mind stones and beast crystals on me. I can use the 3 mysterious spirit reflecting technique 20 times. I don't believe that I can't find it. With such a thought rising up, Zhongsho once again turned into a lightning phoenix, spreading his wings and flying swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled another 10,000 feet, flying over 300 miles. Zhongsho's body suddenly stopped, looking towards the southwest with a confused expression. There was an aura there, appearing and disappearing. It was suddenly really dim and obscure, and then suddenly bursting out. There seems to be someone there. This aura is a little familiar. Is it that Xuanwu ancestor? Zhongsho came back to his senses, not hesitating any longer turning into a ball of wind as he hurriedly flew over. With a few flaps of his lightning wings, he arrived at the top of a small mountain. He saw a girl with disheveled hair lying beside a stream. She had a pair of fox ears on her head, and 6 snow-white furry tails stretched out from her back. This aura came from within her body. The energy around her body was fluctuating like it was really unstable. Her hair covered her face. However, the exposed parts of her arms and legs were purple-black in color. Her wounds were seeping out threads of pus and blood. It dyed the entire stream beside her into a purple-black color. Numerous fish and prawn corpses laid on the water surface. Half of their bodies had rotted away, and some are only left with their bones. The poison continued to flow downwards, and the plants on both sides were mostly withered. Looking out, it was all purple-black in color. The surrounding beasts didn't dare to get close. They were all 10 miles away, looking over from afar, like they were really wary. When Zhongsho's soul arrived, she gave out a threatening roar, like she was rushing him to bring her own kind and leave. Zhong shocks inside, knowing that this girl was definitely the one who had been protecting him in the dark these few months, the one that Hu Zhongyuan had mentioned to him. No wonder this girl wasn't willing to meet him. No wonder that day when he fought with Li Yaling, she came late and hurriedly left before she could meet him. To think that this girl was poisoned and heavily injured, she was still able to hold on until today. Looking at the situation, she should have been unconscious for at least 3 days. If he hadn't coincidentally found her here, she might have died here, her corpse rotting beside the stream. The poison is purple-black. Who knows what kind of poison it is to be so overbearing? Also, this person's identity. Hu Zhongyuan only knew that in recent years, Zhong Weiran had a martial path strong Hiddengar by his side. Her strength was only slightly weaker than those few famous martial ancestor experts in Gantian Mountain City. Her name was Ruoshui. Who knows where she came from, and who she looked like? Who knows whether or not this girl was her or not? She is only 7 meridians of the Earth Chakra level and has the body of a fox race monster. To be heavily injured to such an extent, it shouldn't be wrong. Zhongsho spread out his soul power, bringing with it a slight wind that blew away the girl's hair. He was startled. This girl's features were good, but at this moment her face was filled with purple-black protrusions like there were bugs hiding under her skin, making her look extremely ugly. At this moment, one couldn't see her true age from her appearance. He was slightly stunned. Zhongsho used his soul power to lift up the girl. Like he felt something, the girl's eyelids moved, and she actually woke up and opened her eyes. Her face was ugly, but her eyes were extremely beautiful. The purple-red color was pure and bright, like it could see into one's heart. Her eyes were originally filled with wariness, but she instantly relaxed. This girl's consciousness only woke up for a moment. She was only able to look at Zhongsho for a moment before she fainted once more. Zhongsho shook his head and continued to fly. Without being able to transform into the phoenix form, his speed in the air would drop by 10 times. With another person in his hand, he would be even slower. He used a full hour to rush to the peak where he laid out the formation. When he reached the peak, Chu Shui and Hu Zhongyuan were worried. When they looked at the girl that Zhongsho was using his soul power to lift, they were startled. Fox race monster body, already 6 tails. Who is this girl? Hu Zhongyuan instinctively looked towards the girl's face. His brows furrowed, showing a look of disgust as he shifted his gaze away. Suddenly a thought flashed in his mind, thinking to himself that this girl was the person that so many Gantian Mountain experts had never met. When Zhongsho got close, Zhongyuan couldn't take it anymore. His face ashen white. This smell is so smelly. No, it's disgusting. He couldn't take it, directly retreating hundreds of feet away before the situation became slightly better. A moment later, even Hu Zhongyuan and the rising moon lion were the same, unable to stay any longer and retreating. Although Chu Shui wasn't far away, she used her hand to cover her nose, frowning. At the start, Zhongsho didn't feel anything. Instead, he was unhappy with the actions of the 3 of them. However, when his soul entered his body, he instantly felt a pungent smell invade his nose. It wasn't a pure stench, but a smell that caused the vital energy in one's body to boil. Extremely disgusting. He instinctively had the thought to flee far away. He couldn't blame those two fellows. Coldly staring at Zhong Yuan and Hu Zhongyuan, Zhong Shou didn't cover his nose, only suppressing the aura in his body. Then, he carried the girl in front of him, just as he reached out to take her pulse. Zhong Shaoxin's soul suddenly had a warning sign. What a fellow! It actually unknowingly seeped into my soul. This poison is really strong. Within his soul ocean, a lightning glow exploded. The power of fire and water surged out. The spiral energy also shook along with it. In just a moment, a drop of purple-black liquid was forced out by Zhong Shou, entering the grass nearby. In just a moment, the grass and trees within 30 feet all withered and rotted, leaving only the white ground. There were threads of smoke rising up. Even a portion of the mud was corroded. Chu Shui and Hu Zhongyuan instantly exchanged glances with one another, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. This poison was just too overbearing. It was like even getting close would be dangerous. Zhong Shou didn't care, still grabbing the girl's hand. Moments later, he sighed. As expected, the poison had already entered the marrow, which was the worst and hardest situation to remove. The only thing that made him happy was that the spiritual meridians in her body were still providing spiritual energy. The energy meridians weren't gone and didn't stop resisting. There was still a chance of survival, but it was a narrow escape. In the next moment, Zhong Shou pulled out the lightning tooth sword, directly stabbing it into the girl's left chest. Chapter 173. Chu Shui was frightened, thinking that Zhong Shou wanted to end this woman's life early so that she wouldn't have to suffer. Moments later, she noticed that the place the sword stabbed into was slightly away from her heart. The angle of the stab was slightly slanted. When that lightning tooth sword was pulled out by Zhong Shou once more, there were a few drops of pus and blood on the tip of the sword. It had also turned purple-black. One could see that there were purple-gold threads within. Zhong Shou placed the tip of the sword by his nose and sniffed, his brows furrowing. A lightning glow flashed on the tip of the sword, blowing those few drops of purple-red pus and blood into pieces. This poison could corrode weapons. Luckily, Zhong Shou's sword could activate the lightning light screen and counter it. However, after the pus and blood was smashed, the stench assaulted one's nose. Chu Shui, who was at the side, instantly felt dizzy and nearly fell to the ground. Hu Zhongyuan, who was at the side, had a solemn expression on his face. He bore with the stench and returned to the side of Zhong Shou, hesitating as he persuaded, "Young master, this poison is too dangerous. You have a precious body. It is best if you stay away from it. If there is anything, you can leave it to me. Why don't you let the wolf behind do it?" Zhong Yuan rolled his eyes. He couldn't help but feel rage in his chest. This was the outcome of being controlled by others and not being able to do anything. If he didn't become cannon fodder, he would be ordered to do dangerous things like today. Anyways, he had no interest in living and wanted to die early so that he could reincarnate. No matter what these few people did, it was fine. Zhong Shou waved his hand to tell Chu Shui and Hu Zhongyuan to back off. Then, he used spells to summon a ball of liquid and forced a few pills into the woman's mouth. Tens of golden needles stabbed into the major acupoints around her body. He sighed in his heart. Unfortunately, at this moment, Xianyuan Irin wasn't here. Otherwise, it would definitely be much better than his half-baked. It was only because his martial arts in his previous life were profound and his chi refinement technique had reached an extremely high level that he was extremely familiar with the structure of the body and the meridians in the four limbs. In addition, he had read a lot and was very knowledgeable. In terms of true medical skills, he wasn't as good as Xianyuan Irin. Zhong Shou took a closer look at the woman's limbs and skin. Just like her face, purplish-red bulges were beginning to appear. It was a gorgeous and ugly sight. He was deep in thought. That should be right. This poison is most probably from the 7 Decay ghost face. I don't know which day, wandering spirit master he was injured by. Zhong Yuan and Chu Shui didn't think much of it. Hu Zhongyuan was experienced and knowledgeable. His face immediately turned pale. Seven Fade's ghost face is a ghost face snake? Zhong Shou nodded and looked at Hu Zhongyuan in surprise. There were not many people in the world who knew about this poison. There weren't many ghost face snakes in the world, and they mostly lived under the cloud ocean in some abyss. However, they were often taken in as protector beasts by spirit masters who could travel in the day. This snake grew really quickly, and when it was born, it was a grade 3 elite beast. As long as one provided enough beast crystals, poison, and food, in roughly 200 years, it could grow into a grade 7 elite beast. After that, grade 8 and grade 9 would be faster than same grade beasts. In terms of combat ability, it was slightly weaker and was pretty much the weakest type. However, the 7 decay ghost face poison in its fangs was something that the world had no way to cure. The higher the grade, the stronger the poison. There was even a chance of it turning into a flood dragon, which was why spirit masters loved it. After being poisoned, this woman would be in such a situation. First, her face would be like that of an evil ghost. Then her body and limbs would have purplish-red bulges and patterns. There would be a total of 7 stages. Her internal organs, lungs, blood, marrow, and meridians would all weaken. Hu Zhongyuan's expression changed once more, following which he bent down and persuaded. If it is such a poison, then Prince, please let her end it quickly. I heard that this poison is really weird, and unless it is specially made by spirit masters, there is no way to cure it. If one is not careful, they can infect others. It is really vicious. Zhong Shou didn't agree or disagree, sitting on the spot and carefully flipping through the memories in his head, searching through the vast ocean of books. In the future, due to numerous martial arts and incantations being spread out from the various sections, although spiritual energy was continuously weakening, the research of incantations and herbs was progressing like the Japanese army. Along with the explosion of information, medical skills slowly developed and became extremely prosperous. Many ancient problems, the mysteries of forbidden techniques, were solved one by one in the future, amongst which included the 7 decay ghost face that was seen as unsolvable most of the time. The library that Zhong Shou was in was built by a country. Not only was there a huge collection of books, but it was also all-encompassing. Zhong Shou had stayed there for a full 10 years and read a large portion of the books, amongst which there were records of the 7 decay ghost face. However, he roughly remembered that the conditions to cure the poison were really strict. Not long later, a paragraph of words appeared in his head. Samuraim's eyes revealed a relaxed expression. Luckily, it is only a grade 6 poison. This girl can still be saved. However, the poison has already entered her marrow, and it will take some time to get rid of it. I also need to change all the blood in her body. He tore open her teeth once more, and then used the lightning tooth sword to cut open a small hole on her tongue that had also turned purple-black. Zhong Shou didn't bother about the smelly pus and blood, directly bending down and sucking on the tip of her tongue. Chu Shui and Hu Zhongyuan both sucked in a cold breath when they saw that. The latter wanted to stop him, but it was too late and he was worried. Chu Shui was so terrified that her face was ashen white. She was just 3 feet away, personally looking at Zhong Shou and this ugly girl entwining their tongues. She was really worried. This poison was so weird. Who knows whether or not her young master would be infected. Even if he wanted to save this girl, he didn't need to do that. Her young master cared too much about his own life. Zhong Shou sucked for a moment before raising his head and spitting out a mouthful of blood. It splashed onto the grass nearby, and instantly a light smoke rose up. After being poisoned by the 7 decay ghost face poison, there were 2 areas where the poison was the heaviest. One was the tip of the tongue, and the other was the heart, where the essence blood of the person was. To save her, these 2 areas had to be cleaned first. He sucked several times until the purple-red color at the tip of the tongue faded. Zhong Shou stuck to the girl's left chest and sucked. After 5 to 6 mouthfuls, he stopped, following which, Zhongsho felt that his brain was also dizzy. Luckily, the spiral true qi in his body was really effective in dealing with the poison, either directly freezing it or using fire to burn it. If that didn't work, he could use the purple lightning to blow it out. He didn't order Zhong Yuan and the others to help because of this. Although their cultivation was not bad, in terms of expelling poison, they couldn't compare to him. After sucking out the essence blood of the body, Zhongsho made a hand seal and chanted incantations, using spells to attach to one of the wounds on the girl's body. This was to identify the blood type. A moment later, a pale gold slowly appeared on the purple-red thick blood. When Zhongsho saw that, he was startled. What a coincidence. I was just about to find someone nearby to draw some fresh blood. Who knew that this girl's blood type would be similar to mine? Long ago, during the Cloud Desolate era, there were people who thought about blood exchange methods to treat various illnesses and injuries. There were some successful examples, but most of the time they failed. Within 24 hours, most of them died. Only 4,000 years later did they notice that human blood types were roughly split into 3 types and couldn't be casually exchanged, which was why they invented this spell to identify blood types. There were 3 colors: gold, silver, and copper. Since then, many illnesses and injuries that were hard to treat in ancient times were easily solved. This girl's blood type was gold, the same as his. This saved him a lot of effort, cutting open the veins on her wrist and letting out the poisonous blood. Instantly, a disgusting stench assaulted them. Dripping into the grass, the withered grass and trees around instantly expanded. However, this time be it Chu Shui or Hu Zhong, they all stood rooted to the spot, suppressing the stench and not retreating. Even Zhong Yuan only covered his nose with his hand and didn't move. Waiting for the poisonous blood to stop flowing out, Zhongsho used a 3-inch, hollow, thickest golden needle to stab into the girl's heart. He also cut open the veins on his own wrist. Threads of fresh red blood were guided by spells into the golden needle and slowly flowed into the girl's body. In just an hour, this woman's face had a little more rosy color. Although the ugly patterns and protrusions didn't retreat, she had regained some life force. Hu Zhongyuan watched in amazement. He thought to himself, the 7-decay ghost face, which is said to be unsolvable by anyone, has been solved so easily? He had heard of the blood exchange method before, but most of them died within a few hours. The prince's medical skills were really magical. His spiritual cultivation and martial path were already so perverted, his medical skills were also so strong. Chu Shui didn't pay attention to this. She only saw that Zhongsho's face was slowly turning into a paper white color. She couldn't help but anxiously stretch out her white and tender wrist in front of Zhongsho. Young master, why not let Shui do it? Shui is a girl like her, so she should be able to use it. Zhongsho couldn't help but laugh. Blood type had nothing to do with gender. Even if they were of the same blood type, it couldn't compare to the lightning phoenix essence in his body. He estimated the amount of blood he would use. Before it could harm his own essence energy, he would close the wound. Since the 7-decay ghost face had already entered his marrow, his internal organs had naturally been completely invaded. This blood exchange method had a miraculous effect when one was poisoned. However, at such a stage, without 50 to 60 times, one wouldn't be able to totally remove it. He still needed to leave some essence energy to recover and prepare for the next blood exchange. Just as he was about to take out those golden needles one by one, Zhongsho suddenly moved and looked at her face, only to see that this girl had already woken up. Her eyes were clear as she looked over at him. Zhong Shaoxin's heart moved slightly, his face ashen white as he smiled and asked, "Are you Ruo Shui?" That girl seemed to have difficulty speaking. She opened her mouth to speak, but stopped. She nodded her head slightly and then raised her hand. She weakly caressed Zhongsho's face. Her eyes filled with joy until her pupils dilated and she fainted. At this moment, Zhongsho looked at the sky. Looking at the time, they definitely wouldn't be able to find any more spirit veins. Chapter 174. When Zhong Shou entered the forest, Zhong Yuan and Chu Shui had already followed. The former had stepped into the martial ancestor realm a few days ago. He barely stepped on the time limit set by Zhong Shou and avoided the danger of becoming a naked corpse. At this moment, Chu Shui had also successfully merged with that metal element earth vein. Her internal energy might be much weaker than Zhong Shou, but her aura was much longer than Zhong Shou's. They were able to catch up with him easily. On the contrary, although Hu Zhongyuan had merged with a new spiritual vein, he had to take care of the heavily injured Ruo Shui and couldn't follow. Chu Shui followed behind Zhong Shou, her expression a little confused. "Young master, didn't you already find an earth vein? Even that rising moon lion, no, that's not right. It's little Ji and little Gold. Didn't they successfully merge? Why we still need to go there?" Speaking of the names of these few protector beasts, Chu Shui couldn't help but be speechless. She strongly doubted her young master's taste. Even kids didn't have such names. It was so uncouth. Zhong Yuan's eyes flashed and knew that Zhong Shou's martial path had already broken through to the Xiantian realm. Half a month ago, Zhong Shou carried Ruo Shui back. However, compared to his spiritual cultivation that had already entered the night wandering realm, although it was shocking, it was still acceptable. With this prince's martial path cultivation that could be compared to Hu Qinxiu, it was just a matter of time before he broke through to the Xiantian realm. However, he was only 14 years old Xiantian. If he was placed in the eyes of others, it was enough to make numerous martial cultivators feel ashamed. Even within the Zhong family, his cultivation talent was only a little lower than Zhong Shi. When he broke through to the Xiantian realm, he was already 20 years old. On the other side, Zhong Shou acted like he didn't hear what Chu Shui said. In the depths of his eyes, one could see a little bit of anxiousness. Over the past 10 days, he had easily found all the spirit veins that Chu Shui and Hu Zhongyuan needed. After a few days, Zhong Yuan also obtained the 4th earth vein that he needed. However, he was the only one who hadn't made much progress. Earth veins of water and fire that contained all 5 elements were easy to find. In this era, the spirit tide was not far away, and the spirit veins were beginning to become abundant. However, in addition to water and fire, there was also a lightning-type origin spirit. That was a bit tricky. After casting the spell 20 times in a row, he had only found 1 water vein. The beast crystals and mind stones beside him were all used up. This last time, it was Hu Zhongyuan and the others who went around hunting beasts before they barely managed to gather all of them. If he succeeded, that would be for the best. However, if he failed, he would have to wait for 10 days or so before he could go to a large city with a branch of the Sanlu Bank and retrieve some spirit stones. His heart was clear. He wasn't happy with external gains. He wasn't sad. He was really open-minded. He wouldn't be worried about his own cultivation progress. He was just worried about Xianyuan Irin. The 5-month period was almost up, and he was still stuck at the initial Xiantian realm. How could he not be worried? He couldn't let that girl wait for too long for him. At this moment, he didn't have any other thoughts. He just wanted to quickly merge with the spiritual veins and gather some capital. Then, he would rush to Xian Mountain City to meet his future father-in-law. As they say, lightning and fire are born together. It has all 5 elements. Within fire there is lightning. Although this type of earth vein wasn't common, it wasn't rare either. Although the water fairy lake was bitterly cold, it was still extremely cold. Although this water lake is cold, within 4,000 miles there are several volcanoes, and they don't lack fire. Why can't I find it? If I really have no choice, I can only try that place. If I can't, I can only delay for a few more days. After I get the beast crystals, I will find another place to search. It was still that mountain peak. Zhong Yuan, Chu Shui, and that rising moon lion weren't standing within the formation. Instead, they each took a corner to protect him. There was also that grade 5 demonized silver bear that Zhong Shou had unsealed. It was standing in the middle of the formation, giving off a threatening aura. When Zhong Shou used the 3 mysterious spirit reflecting technique, he started to lean towards the north of this small mountain range. In terms of geography, That place was the dragon head position of the entire mountain range. Normally speaking, it was where the spiritual veins gathered the most, tens to hundreds of times larger than other places. In the past, the reason why Zhongsho purposely avoided it was because of the bunch of white apes here. They were all grade 4 beasts, 20 of which were grade 5. An ape king had indiscernible strength. Moreover, it was extremely smart, similar to an 8-year-old human child. This was why, unless he had no choice, he wasn't willing to offend this bunch of beasts. That 5-colored light appeared once more. One could see many ripples. After using this technique 20 times, Zhongsho was already used to it. He originally made up his mind that if he couldn't find it this time, he would immediately leave. However, in just a moment, his brows furrowed and a look of joy appeared on his face. Countless spirit veins appeared on the 5-colored light screen. One of them was red with a hint of purple. It was a fire element spirit vein that he had been looking for a long time. It contained all 5 elements and also had a spirit of lightning. What luck! It is actually a high grade. Only this place is a little problematic. Unfortunately, Ruoshui can't move. If he could have the help of this 7-meridian Xuanwu ancestor, no matter how strong those white apes were, it would be as simple as cutting vegetables. A martial ancestor with 6 meridians of the earth chakra level had roughly 900,000 kilograms of strength. However, once it reached 7 meridians, the Xuanwu ancestor realm, it would explode a full 3 million kilograms. It was 3 times that of before. Don't look at how weak Ruoshui looked now. Actually, as long as she used some strength and pinched slightly, Zhongsho would most probably die. Looking around, Zhongsho shook his head. Out of these 2 people and 1 beast, only Zhongyuan could help. As for Chu Shui and Little Ji, they would be a burden if he brought them along. Zhongsho had a slight thought and released his soul from his body. That demon eye silver bear, which had turned back into soul smoke, also rose into the air. He turned into a lightning phoenix and flew towards the north. Not long later, he had arrived at the north end of the mountain range. This place was a short mountain peak. However, it was really steep. On both sides were tall cliffs. Hundreds of white apes were spread out all over the mountains. Zhongsho was worried. Of all places to hide this spiritual vein, why did it have to be hidden in a mountain cave filled with white apes? However, it was fixed there and didn't move. This place was obviously the nest of the ape group. The white apes that came in and out of this place were obviously more muscular. Their auras were strong and their eyes were shining brightly. Looking around, Zhongsho shook his head and totally lost all hope. There were no blind spots. There was no way to avoid this bunch of beasts. Just as he was about to give up, his heart suddenly moved as he thought about something. The lightning wings flapped, and Zhongsho's soul flew up once more. However, this time he directly flew towards the lakeside where the few of them were living, wrapping up the few wine bottles within the carriage. This wretched girl, she actually drank more than 4 bottles of wine in secret. No wonder her body training improvement far exceeded my expectations. Why didn't I notice before that Shui actually liked this? Flying close to the short mountain, Zhongsho first separated and hid the 6 bottles of celestial wine that were lucky enough to survive. He placed them hundreds of miles away, where some beasts found it hard to climb. They were either hidden in small caves or on 10,000 feet high cliffs. All of the bottle caps were broken, following which he returned to wait near the short mountain. As expected, in just a short moment, those white apes started to get restless, swarming outwards. Even in the cave on the left high cliff, there were tens of white apes that all ran out. One of them was the biggest. There were even golden patterns on its chest. Zhongsho smiled when he saw the situation, feeling a little regretful. I haven't even tasted a single mouthful of those celestial wines, but those beasts got lucky. Who knows how skilled that Miss Jinru that Lei Dong thought about so much is. What a waste. A talisman shot out from the depths of his soul. On the flat ground, a light wind instantly blew into the cave. Zhongsho waited silently, confirming that there wasn't anything that could be considered a huge enemy within. He didn't delay any longer and flew in. The moment he entered, there were 3 slightly old white apes that all got up. First, their eyes were filled with wariness, following which, when they saw the mist, they charged around the cave without any worry. They didn't hesitate at all, roaring out as they charged over. Zhongsho didn't care at all, the lightning tooth sword piercing out from his soul, drawing several exquisite arcs in the air, killing these 3 grade, 4 white apes on the spot. Looking at that ape king, it is about to advance and most probably mutated. This beast is obviously intelligent and is attracted by the celestial wine. It can actually arrange subordinates to defend this cave. It seems like I need to be quick. His soul floated and found the location of the earth vein. Right away, Zhongsho took out the spirit-absorbing pagoda and started to absorb it. During these 20 days, who knows what he learned from the 3 mysterious spirit-reflecting technique. He was even more familiar with this spiritual vein-absorbing technique. At this moment, he went all out to activate the spell, not bothering about his soul power. In just a moment, the earth vein was absorbed into the pagoda to suppress. Zhongshoxin was instantly delighted. He knew that his initial earth chakra meridian cultivation was already half completed. Once he merged with the spiritual vein, the source spirit within would continuously provide spiritual energy. His energy meridians would be able to last longer, and his strength would greatly increase. At this moment, those white apes still didn't show any signs of rushing back. Zhongsho had a thought as he looked deep into the cave. Wherever beasts gather, there will be many spiritual items. Although these white apes are pack beasts, they might have some good stuff. Zhongsho used his spiritual sense to sense the area. Those apes were still tens of miles away, like headless flies, searching all around. He didn't worry anymore as he flew deeper into the cave. In just a moment, his eyes were wide. Who knows if the deepest part of the cave was naturally like this, or if it was opened up by these white apes. It was extremely wide, thousands of feet to the north and south. However, it was really messy within. There were fruit cores and beast bones everywhere. Even Zhongsho, with his soul body, could sense the pungent smell here. However, when he swept around, he laughed to himself. His eyes focused on the east corner of the stone hall. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.